This is the power of your vision. When a person recognizes in himself the power to change, he is reborn into a new life, a life of hope, of burning motivation, of dreams that one day, thanks to faith and perseverance, will take shape. We are not born to suffer, but to learn, to grow, and to enjoy this world, which for some is true magic. From the book, The Secret of Perfect Vision, David DeAngelis. Preface. Life is like a Rubik's Cube. If I told you that life is like completing a Rubik's Cube, would you be scared because you consider it impossible and complicated to put all the pieces in place? And if I told you that I met a 15-year-old boy who completed it in a minute and a half, in whatever way the colors were mixed, would you believe it? Sometimes the complications of life seem at first sight impossible, at least until we believe that a solution exists. And sometimes the solution is easier and more natural than we ever imagined. It is enough to know the rules and the secrets of the game to see what we would have considered real miracles happened at the beginning. The power to create intentionally, as will be explained in this book, is simpler than you ever imagined. Sometimes we even need to let go of our desires to see them appear in our lives. It is often easier to hold back than to let go, especially when we talk about desires that are dear to us, while it is precisely letting go that brings our request into the universe and then delivering it in ways that we often did not expect. The boy I was talking about earlier, who completed the Rubik's Cube in a minute and a half, is not a Guinness Book of Genius with particular analytical skills, but a very normal guy. That boy was me. As I said earlier, it is enough to discover the rules of the game to take over the path to success. The story is this. When I was 15, the game called the Rubik's Cube, or the Magic Cube, was in fashion. Each side has a color and is formed by small pieces that, once mixed, must be put back in their place to recompose the colored facades of the cube. Whether you know it or not, I can assure you that it is a challenge worthy of a mega computer, as any wrong movement can mix the colors even more, or, on the contrary, reassemble them, if you know how. Well, even for that seemingly impossible game, I found a way to complete it in less than 2 minutes. Such as, I bought a booklet of just 60 pages on the newsstands at a ridiculously low price, where the moves and movements needed to complete each level of the cube up to its resolution were explained. Magic? No. Simple technique. The difference between me and millions of people who could not complete a single level of the cube. And, you have to know, the more you go on in the game, and the more complicated it becomes, as every error in the movement of colors can mix them, were instructions contained in a booklet, moreover read and learned by a boy of only 15. With that, dear reader, I want to tell you that often the rules of the game are simple and lead to big, even huge results, if you take the trouble to do a little practice. I'm not saying it's easy, at least at the beginning. When you start playing a new game or a new sport, you need to do some practice. Little by little, when skills and safety and successes are acquired, life becomes more and more fluid and full of satisfactions. In life, everyone has their own game, made up of dreams and desires, and following and reaching authentic ones leads to new plans of evolution, satisfaction, and joy. This is life, if you know how to take it from the right side, and this book wants to teach you how to do it. Chapter 1. The 7 Key Points to Manifest Your Vision. 1. Accept the responsibility of your life. 2. Respect and increase your vital energy. 3. Find your vision and follow it, choosing goals that would fill you with joy. 4. Address your intention. 5. Focus your imagination with the imaginative focus. 6. Trust that the universe is already responding to your request. Imaginative defocus. 7. Act inspired when the moment comes. Chapter 2. My Story, My Vision. Imagine a boy of only 15 with his hands in his hair who has been diagnosed with moderate myopia and who have been prescribed his first pair of corrective glasses. Imagine his disappointment in knowing he has to carry a weight on his face, chains for his ability to see the world freely. Imagine his sense of frustration with something like glasses that, unrelated to him, he must necessarily start wearing always so as to not tire his eyes. Imagine this boy who, after a couple of years of study, sees his myopia increase in a progressive, almost ineluctable way, which sees him passively as a spectator of a progressive deterioration of his physical vision. Imagine the moment when his intention merges with his imagination, a moment that will change his life forever, when he feels and knows within himself that, despite medical authority, official science says that he can do nothing to prevent it and improve his vision. He begins to study as much as possible, even books and magazines in English which were not familiar to him at first. His education came from classical studies first, and then from legal studies, bringing him over time to a law degree at a prestigious Italian university, and, at the same time, to the inexorable increase in myopia and his ability to visually embrace the world. That boy, despite all the evidence to the contrary, including the common opinion consolidated over hundreds of years about the inevitability of the onset and progression of myopia, decides internally to find a natural solution to his recovery. Imagine that boy bent over texts and medical scientific articles dealing with experiments on animals about the development and progression of that defect, myopia, which increasingly took possession of his eyes and his soul. Imagine, just for a moment, his frustration, but also his hope and fortitude about his vision of being able to one day heal naturally and physiologically and without the use of glasses, contact lenses, and surgery. This vision of his became a reality over time, having found dozens of scientific studies attesting to the fact that myopia was improvable if subjected to some negative stimuli, hyperaccommodation. The solution to his problem. It was necessary to provide the eyes with opposing stimuli, or rather positive ones, with those that had generated a negative adaptation to his sight, generating myopia. In that way, unknown to all, he would be cured. Applying the insights provided by those studies over time, he began a slow and tiring journey of visual re-education, which led one day to the regression of his visual defect. His myopia, after a long period of work, carried out in silence, and without any support from the common vision about the alleged incurability of refractive defects such as myopia, led him not only to the cure of his physical sight, but also to the triumph of his inner vision. That boy, who was growing more and more, then created another vision. His success and his vision about the potential to prevent and treat myopia, widespread in modern technological civilization, it had to be spread around the world and shared with as many people as possible. What once challenged the boy himself, he became an improvising writer. He put his experience with myopia on paper and made a book out of it. This book was later published and disseminated first in his country of origin and then translated into numerous other languages. From that moment, his vision was accepted more and more and widespread in the beautiful world for the benefit of millions of people who, alone and with their strength, could finally do something about their sight, and at no cost. Also, this vision, which was once that of a 15-year-old boy without medical credentials, became a powerful reality. Well, that boy was me. In the pages of this book, it is my intention to convey to you everything that is important to bring out the best of the best from your life and everything you believe in and to which you aspire deeply. My mission is, and continues to be, to help people improve their physical vision. But now I feel that the time has also come to help people bring out their inner vision, that whole set of projects and dreams that everyone has within himself, but that too often have the fear or doubt to pull out and to manifest. Dear reader, this book that you hold in your hands represents my deep desire to inspire you towards your growth as an individual and towards achieving your greatest desires. I like to think that one day, when you see your dreams materialize before your eyes, you will think for a moment about me and these pages. Wherever in the world I find myself, I will feel your smile of joy and thanksgiving. This is the deep intention that underlies every page, every line, every word of this book. May this vision of mine also come true, together with yours. David DeAngelis. Chapter 3. Accept the responsibility of your life. The first step towards an authentic life that best reflects ourselves and leads us to a state of abundance, joy, and fulfillment is to accept that we are the only ones responsible for ourselves, for our choices, and for our successes. When this choice is made, the power to change oneself consciously and independently is reappropriated. It is too easy to blame others and the world for not being satisfied. The world will begin to respond to our needs, putting into effect the strength of attraction, once we become the beacon that illuminates our life and our journey. If nobody leads you, open the way for yourself. This is the motto of one who is self-determined by his choices, by the choices dictated by his soul. Whoever hopes for the assistance of society, for the charity of others, and is guided in the choices of his own life by the truth of others, will arrive at the end of the journey to discover that he has arrived at the wrong destination. Each journey starts from one's self, and from the acceptance of having a fundamental role in choosing one's own path, and in accepting one's own power of choice and action. Those who blame others for their failure deny the power of choice in determining their actions. Making mistakes is normal for those who are progressing on their journey. It is up to each one to accept any defeats and rearm their courage, their deep desires, and their convictions to continue on the path of their own discovery. If a mistake is made with the heart, or following oneself, it is only an opportunity to reconsider one's way of acting. Sometimes it takes very little to find the right combination if one makes use of one's mistakes. Life and success, both material and spiritual, belong to those who take them with confidence. Ask, and it will be given to you. But always ask with your heart, so that the moment you receive, your spirit will be filled with joy for having received exactly what you really needed to satiate your divine essence. Chapter 4. Follow yourself and create an authentic life. What makes you really unique? Not just the color of your eyes, your fitness, your fingerprints, and the rhythm of your heart. What makes you truly unique and unrepeatable is your vision of life, or what you want to do with your existence in this world. The fact is, we were not to live as unwitting brutes, but to follow virtue, knowledge, and your vision, or what you want to be, have, and do in the fraction of time that you will breathe in this world. Your vision of life can even extend beyond this time limit which is your life, if your intent is to do something for the world in which you live and in which other beings take turns at different times. You can do it if you will make yourself something unique. Being fully yourself, perhaps you will be remembered as the one who found himself in chaos, the one who came out of the flock and created his unique way, the one who consciously created his story. All this is not little. In fact, it is really great. Following yourself and becoming the master of your choices and your life. If you think you do it already, ask yourself, when was the last time you felt an immense joy in following and doing what you really wanted? When it seemed that time had stopped? When it seemed that you slipped through the waves of existence as a surfer does with his board? If you have never tried, or it is so long that you do not feel that powerful and irresistible feeling of realization and inner peace, then it means that you have moved away from your inner vision, or what enriches your soul and tickles your physical senses. Living your vision means being 100% alive. It means riding life and knowing that you are going somewhere and that you are not at the mercy of external events that hit you here and there like a drifting boat in a storm. When the soul and the person recognize this feeling of inner power, a new life begins, rich in meaning, well-being, and everything that can make life on this beautiful planet enjoyable. But how can we try this wonderful feeling of being in the graces of existence, or, as they say, in God's grace? There are many ways, but only one leads us straight to the port of our soul. Following oneself and one's vision, that is, makes us happy and powerfully ignites our passion for life. Everyone has his own way, his own vision, his own joy, waiting to be followed and lived. Too often the common vision, the common way of living and being, obscures the personal inner sky with gray clouds of confusion, anger, and frustration. How can one be happy if within oneself there are seeds of dissatisfaction? All you really need is to trust what you have inside and give credit to your feelings of joy, wonder, and fulfillment. When was the last time you jumped for joy over what you did or were about to do? When was the last time you felt amazement at the beauty of a fiery sun that slowly sank into the sea at sunset? If you don't remember when, maybe the time has come to stop and get off the carousel of life and ask yourself, is this the carousel I want to revolve on? Perhaps there are others that could give me more satisfaction and enrich my life experience. If you do not know how to give an immediate answer to this important question, it is not surprising that often the human being lives the life of others and follows ephemeral visions, castles of paper that sooner or later will collapse before his eyes. The stereotypes of society, the symbols of success imposed by it, brainwashing, and the abduction of one's power or of one's own attention operated by the media make the human being a number in an endless row of beings without passion and without inner vision. The first and unequivocal symbol of success is one's inner joy, when our soul thanks you for your attention to its unique needs and its goals. Everything starts from health, financial well-being, and even love. How can we love others if we do not love ourselves first? The phrase, love others as yourself, implies the love for oneself that is expressed when, finally, we get out of the common stereotypes and finally follow what we feel is our way to our happiness. Sacrificing one's vision, one's joy, one's belief to follow that of others means betraying oneself and one's nature. It means falling into the abyss of uniformity. It means becoming a sheep in an infinite flock. It means being maneuvered towards others' interests and visions. The first step to be taken before venturing the beautiful journey to self-discovery and the deployment of your talents to live your lives is to take responsibility for your life. You become responsible for your own life when you become aware that it is up to us and only us to commit ourselves to choosing our own choices and acting on our own path, not on others. Sometimes we think we do it already, but when we feed others' goals, however beneficial they may be, what really belongs to us is our way of being. But how can we understand if we are on the right path, on our lifeline? Nothing could be easier, but also more difficult in a world of chaos where our attention is constantly captured. We need to focus our attention on ourselves and ask our soul, what is the purpose of my life? Why am I here? The answer will be given by one's deep feelings and expectations, and these will always be full of joy. The joy of the soul is the true and unequivocal answer of the soul to the question, what is my path? How can I make my life a masterpiece in terms of joy, fulfillment, love, and well-being? Chapter 5. Find your vision and follow it with confidence. Every work of art, mission, or enterprise that has ever been created is born of an inner vision. Every creator has in him the strong desire to bring to light from his imagination that something he feels is possible, but that is not yet manifest in the possibilities of life. Vision is that something that comes from the depths of the individual, as if it were part of himself. Every big company bears the signature of the one who carried it out. Without a personal vision, a great goal to embrace and to manifest, the individual staggers into a life of routine and slow decline. Decline arises when one is transported into life without a direction and in a form of inertia. Finding your own specific vision of life in every area, be it creative, financial, or in personal relationships, requires a careful examination of what lies beyond oneself, in that hidden part that everyone sees and knows everything. Too often the individual is tossed and turned here and there by fashions and stereotypes that change in society from time to time. The only great truth is that in which you believe deeply. Follow a vision that is not yours, such as choosing a profession that you are not passionate about and in love with. Bind yourself to a person who is not a lover, or live as society says it is the only way because so everyone is. is a form of high treason towards the nature of yourself and your possibilities for growth, evolution, and joy. When you do what you love to do in every moment of your life, a current of joy, evolution, and power goes through you, bringing you forward to the true place that belongs to you in the world. Following yourself, embracing with each fiber of your being every choice or action of your life, respecting your intimate desires and aspirations, leads to the creation of a true life because it is authentic. Everyone has to sing and play the song of their heart. Otherwise, you risk not only being out of tune, but also boring to the audience. Singing life by doing what you love deeply when time passes without you being aware of it. When in the end you exclaim in amazement, "I did it! I did it!" It means bringing to light the work of art that is hidden within you and that is only up to you to pull out. The first step is to find your own vision, your passion, and your mission, which gives value to every moment of your existence. Life is a great opportunity. It's up to you to make it joyful and happy before the curtain closes without having played, or, worse, after having played the music of others with your ears covered. Chapter 6. Follow the Road Less Traveled. There is a beautiful poem by Robert Frost that I like to bring back. Two roads at a crossroads in a yellowed wood. Too bad you don't go through both. But one traveler cannot do it. So I looked at one of them undecided until he hid from my gaze. And I took the other one. It was good too. Indeed, perhaps with some more reason, because it was grassy and therefore greener. Although the passage is more or less, he had marked them anyway. And both of them were lying down that morning in the leaves that no step had marked. Oh, I'll take the first one another time. But knowing that road leads to the road, I didn't think I'd ever come back. I will say this with a long sigh. Who knows where, and in many years to come, two roads at a crossroad in a forest, and I took the less frequented one. And from this all the difference was born. These lines should be hung in every classroom of every middle school to make every schoolchild and future individual of society understand and appreciate the importance of bringing to light his uniqueness, his talents that, alone, would lead him to degrees of achievement and success otherwise impossible to obtain in the great sea of gray uniformity. Nowadays, entire existences are sacrificed behind false myths and false stereotypes that see, for example, the achievement of a degree, the only possible solution towards a fulfilled and financially prosperous life. Nothing could be more wrong. The result is the creation of an individual who becomes a graduate in something, but uniformed in alleged ways of success, standardized in study paths that often do not take into account the deep needs dictated by the soul that, ignored, little by little it goes out in a corner of the heart of the individual, perhaps a professional graduate in a field but deeply frustrated in the soul. A subject that should be taught in elementary schools is listening to one's self, one's heart, one's deep expectations, and one's deep desires. Each individual would forge his life based on his own vision, and not on that dictated by the social myths, dictated by the historical era in which he lives. Society and the individual would thrive on a feeling of deep well being dictated as a product of the soul's well-being. The inner well-being is the first foundation of any further secondary well-being, such as financial well-being and satisfaction in social relationships. A happy and fulfilled being is more inclined to create a work of art in any work or profession when passion and creative joy are the foundation. Following the less traveled way often leads to finding oneself and one's own special way of success, even to great discoveries or achievements that accredited industry professionals have failed to provide. When I created the visual re-education system that I called Power Vision System, followed with success and satisfaction by thousands of people through a book, then translated all over the world in what I was doing, despite the fact that what I was studying and writing was a hidden part of my life, unknown to everyone. I followed the road less traveled, although I was then graduated in law and not in medicine, and this made a world of difference. There is a great treasure within you, and only you are given the tasks and the great opportunity to bring it to light. One often looks at everything except what lies within oneself. Perhaps a great opportunity and a great and adventurous journey lies not within you. Start listening to your inner voice and turn off the deafening noise of the expectations that society imposes on you, and bring out that yourself that will make your life a masterpiece. Find your vision and embrace it. Maybe one day you will remember these words of mine and smile with a sense of gratitude in your heart. Chapter 7. Isolated from the crazy world and the chaos of the media. As you will have begun to understand, the great resource to change one's life is the power of attention, focus. Where one's attention and concentration goes, there is one's own creative energy. Literally, we create whenever we fix our thoughts on some subject, object, image, producing and consequently generating a feeling connected to that particular object or mental image. Including this concept, it is easy to understand how it is necessary to make good use of one's conscious attention, and then, as we will see, even of the unconscious or subliminal one. In fact, we can be conditioned to think, act, and feel also from the environment and from the stimuli to which we do not give direct awareness and attention, but which, in any case, we absorb within our soul or subconscious on an unconscious level. The power of attention is similar to a bank account. Imagine you have a sum to spend on your physical livelihood. Go to a large shopping center and start spending, as if it were your attention capital, by buying up all unnecessary and superfluous things for your survival and growth. Then you start buying a hand cream, 10 packets of candies, 2 of cigarettes, a shoe polish, when your soul still doesn't have a pair, a huge high-tech TV, borrowing in comfortable installments when the room you live in is rented. It's crazy. You're throwing away a resource, your little capital of money and attention, for things that are literally superfluous and useless in terms of more useful expenses like bread, water, and/or books for your growth. The same is true for the attention. It has an intangible, but nonetheless of great value. And you'll notice when you start making even tangible goods through it. Therefore, it is necessary to make good use of one's own attention, and the first step, after having found one's way, is to exclude all the noises and background currents that steal one's power to direct thought, conscious and unconscious. True, the center of one's life. The aim is to rise from the mass consciousness, from the flock that lives on common visions often falsified and cleverly manipulated by the puppeteers, who yearn for a uniform formatting of the souls that by nature are faceted with original colors and shapes into a single gray. All this through the media, such as newspapers and television. Through these channels, the individual and entire masses are being bought and moved at will to places far away from their own goals and visions. The emotional places and life goals where they are moved, they are all orchestrated so as to remove the individual from the awareness of having in itself the power of choice, or to choose their own path and not one imposed by others. The unconscious mass is entertained and demented programs where people sing together and beat their hands in time as if they were children of kindergarten, when the soul yearns for its greatness, its realization, its power over its life. Whole newspaper articles write rivers of words about what he says, does, or assumes that you think of a footballer or actor, so the attention capital of each is literally burned like a pack of banknotes with a lighter. The first step is therefore to turn off the TV and turn on one's soul through one's imagination, skillfully directed towards one's life goals. Then and only then will you begin to direct your life with conscience, making good use of your hours towards results that for others will remain pure mirages. Chapter 8. Energy and consciousness create reality. Thought creates and manifests through the focusing of its energy, as if it were clay placed in a mold. If we have the thought forms, the molds, but we don't have the clay to fill them, the energy, what will come out of it will be a considerable delay in creation, or, at least, nothing will happen, and we will still be asking ourselves how our focus has never produced any result. Just as a magnifying glass can set a piece of paper on fire by focusing the sun's rays in one place, so it is with thoughts. We can have the lens of our mental focus, but if there is no underlying energy to irradiate and transmit that concentration, little or nothing will bring the process. We can have the ideas and thoughts we want, but if they don't have the strength to be focused, they won't have the energy to collapse into manifest reality. This is why the presence of energy and focused consciousness, focus, are the two essential elements for the creative process. Focused and finalized thinking, thus, becomes powerful when it is supported by an energy base. There are two types of energy base, mental and physical. Both are important as they represent the drivers of focused thinking. Mental energy base, motivation and passion. Physical energy base, the vital energy that sustains a living organism. But let's examine them in detail, as their knowledge will allow those who want it to enormously strengthen their creative power or to manifest in a conscious manner. Chapter 9. Mental energy base, motivation, passion, and emotion. When we talk about successful businesses, we usually talk about its founder, or the one who carried out such enterprises that were considered difficult or even impossible. What is the common denominator of these companies, of these clamorous actions, which have led that or those individuals to overcome the barrier of the possible and to manifest such enterprises? The answer lies in the mental driving force that pushed that individual to overcome the mental barrier of impossibility, imposed not only by people around, friends and relatives, but also from the same society in which he lives, or that subject lived, which is often later revered for his ability to go beyond, to empower his vision. This is the reason why the powerful, conscientious creator must have within himself the fire of passion and motivation. There must be a heart, a strong emotion that moves it. Without it, the arrow of desire will slide from the arch to the feet of the one who pulls it. On the contrary, a strong passion and a strong motivation will climb mountains and cross seas in spite of every obstacle. This distinguishes those who create and manifest in a conscious manner. He knows that his desire, in order to manifest itself, must have within himself that extra something that marks a simple desire that will never come true, from a desire that comes from the intention of the soul, whose manifestation would take him to the next level in the unfolding of his life. Well, not all desires have a heart, and by heart I mean that mysterious force that moves the stars, that mysterious thing that often manages to work miracles. Although everyone wants to win the lottery, as I painfully see every time I see people in a bar buying scratch cards and lottery tickets, this desire is not a priority for the soul. Why have so much money? For a new car? A holiday? Pay off your debts, or what? The optics of the soul is often different from that of the mind of the individual. What the soul wants is a way of fulfillment, but also of fulfillment. The soul, from its broad perspective, it would not have a valid reason, therefore passion and motivation, to see the person who sits doing nothing in the Maldives when its spirit is starving in a life without meaningful evolution and growth. We need to give our desires motivation and passion to have the right propulsion. When the soul finds them, it will try to give the best of the best to be able to satisfy the desire. Perhaps it will succeed in moving even the sky and the stars to see its realization. The first step is, therefore, to tune into the wave of one's soul and respond to its intimate needs. Everything starts with 3 questions. What would make me really happy? What would fill me with joy beyond everything? What would my spirit fill? There is a famous phrase in the Bible that says, "Whatever you have in your heart, go and do it. The Lord is with you." Whatever religion you belong to, or even if you are an atheist, dear reader, it has little importance. I, myself, a believer in all religions and currents of thought who give power to man while respecting the greatness of everything, I can tell you that often in the sacred scriptures there are hidden important keys that can be used by man for his greatness and evolution. In the sentence above, the power of the mental energy base explained in this chapter is enclosed. Whatever you have in your heart, go and do it. The creative power is with you. Chapter 10. Physical Energy Base. Vital Energy. The individual creates, acts, and interacts in life on the wave of his physical life energy. Vital energy is the force which distinguishes a being animated by an inanimate one. One is alive thanks to the vital energy, just as one is always vital based on it. There is a huge difference between being alive and being alive. All the human beings we meet on the street or hear on the phone are alive, but far fewer are vital. To realize the difference between being alive and being alive, imagine those winter mornings in which you would like to stay in bed all day and in which, with all your good will, you do not find at least a good motivation to get out from bed, to dress, and to do something that is better, constructive, and even enjoyable. In those moments, you are alive, but not vital. On the contrary, remember a time when you felt fully connected with life and all its beings. In those moments, you felt the sky and the earth at your side, as if you were able to move the stars and to manifest whatever you wanted. If you have never experienced this feeling, dear reader, do not despair. I am here for this reason, to show you a way and to make you become a master creator and aware of what he creates. As we grow older, this vital energy decreases, often due to a progressive lack of motivation to live. When the soul becomes painfully aware that time is inexorably flying away, and the curtain will close one day without having moved a just step towards the end of the existence of the individual who animates. And this is why happy and fulfilled people live more, because they have reason to exist. However, there are always moments and days of this kind, for being more vital. If an exception becomes a rule, you need to understand why, asking yourself, where can I find my passion for living? What would make me really happy? What would make my soul fill? Certainly, the answer will not come instantaneously, especially if the questions are asked in one go and in a distracted manner. Here, too, we need a motivation behind the motivation, or knowing what we want. For this, it will be necessary to tune in with one's own soul and, therefore, with one's own vision, as shown in this book. It is necessary to strengthen one's inner vision, emerging from the social myopia that removes the individual from himself, making the individual equal to all and depriving him of the message and work with which each becomes a bearer in his life. So how do you become powerful and aware creators? You become powerful creators. And by becoming conscious creators of their vision and bringing to light themselves, reconnecting with the needs of the soul. In this way, our thoughts will be more powerful and focused, as they will be recognized as true and authentic. The second step, after finding themselves through the appropriation of their vision, will be the one to enhance their energy and physical vitality through working on the body. This represents a fundamental step for success on the path to conscious creation. Moreover, denies the body and everything that affects the body, like nutrition and the right training, denies a fundamental part of every physical being. Mens sana in corpore sano means that the mind and thoughts project their creative power through the power of the body, which is vital and also creative energy. No machine works without a type of energy propulsion, and the human body is no exception. It is not only the calories of food that make the body move, but also the amount of vital energy contained in them. Besides, the body has to do so to be fit and able to make that energy flow, and this can be done by making it a superconductor of energy. Imagine a normal and an alkaline battery. The greater capacity of the alkaline battery depends on its physical chemical characteristics that allow it to maintain an electrical energy charge for longer. The human body is the same. It is necessary to make sure that it is able to make an optimal quantity of energy flow inside itself, not only for the correct functioning of the vital organs, but also to ensure that it is flooded with a vital energy base that allows it to give strength to ideas and his thoughts, so that they increase their creative power to manifest in material reality. Chapter 11. Increase and respect your vital energy. One of the greatest and most precious resources we have in this material world is the spark of life that is in us. What allows us to open ourselves every day to new opportunities for growth, to share who we are with others, and to allow us to enjoy the beauties of the world. If you could see you for a moment without that spark of life that shines inside of you, you would understand what I'm talking about immediately. We are not only our body, but also all that universe that flows inside us at the level of emotions, desires, hopes, affections, love, and an infinity of other nuances that make each of us a unique creature. I noticed this clearly when I saw my unconscious father in the recovery room, and then, after a few days, lifeless on a table. He was there motionless, without all that world of spirit and joy that had always accompanied him. When you see death, you are given the opportunity to reflect even more on life and on the importance of preserving the light of life that accompanies us on our journey. With this, I want to tell you that there is nothing more important than treasuring what keeps us alive, our vital energy. Some care more about their car than their body, the main vehicle that accompanies us literally and at all times in the journey of life. They sow car tuning and checkups, but don't think about how to make the body and its energy last longer and in the most efficient way possible. Vital energy allows us not only to maintain ourselves in a state of health, but also of radiant vitality. It is not enough to keep the body alive in the common and wrong sense of the term as absence of disease, but it is necessary to allow it to make its essence through emotions, love, and creativity. Life is not dragging each day to another day, but to make every day a rebirth towards a new evolutionary horizon of growth and joy. A natural state of well-being means enjoying the fact of being alive and making a positive change in one's life. It means allowing the soul to speak through us in the things we do, think about, and believe in. To allow the authentic vision of ourselves to emerge, we need to have it within ourselves that degree of vitality that pulls us out of a tired, depressed, and repetitive life towards a life of growth, joy, and fulfillment. To do this, it is fundamental and necessary to honor the vital spirit within us. The first step is to respect one's body, exposing it as little as possible to elements that are harmful to it, and to follow rules of life that maintain and increase its degree of physiological vitality. Physiology has rules and prescriptions that make it possible to raise and preserve this precious resource, which is precisely the vital energy. The main physiological parameters on which it is necessary to act for this purpose are the acid-base balance of the body and its level of oxygenation. The body is characterized by a splendid self-regulation system. The body temperature, the heartbeat, the hormonal balance, cell renewal are just a small example of this splendid balance. The body is made up of over 80% water. The water component of our body has its own characteristic balance of acidity and alkalinity. When this equilibrium is altered, all other self-regulation systems, and among these the level of tissue oxygenation, are affected by cascade. When the body is acidified, it calls for a fee to other physiological systems, removing the minerals buffer, such as blood bicarbonate and calcium from the bones, to make sure to diffuse the situation and imbalance determined by the acid waste. One of the elements paid by the body in a state of acidity is a greater consumption of the main element of life, which is oxygen. An acidified body is a body heavily taxed at the level of oxygen and, therefore, of precious vitality. The first step towards an energy radiance level and of creativity is, therefore, that of restoring the vital factor of the basic acid balance. This is possible by working on some factors such as the feeding and oxygenation of the tissues. Chapter 12. Alkalizing Diet. The body is a biological system formed of energy. This energy level is strongly influenced by the type of food that is consumed. Intervening on the food factor is one of the most direct means of influencing not only the level of energy and well-being of an individual, but also his degree of connection with himself and with the world. When you feel down, it is difficult to have creative ideas and have the sufficient thrust to overcome themselves and the limits of its own envision. Each food, after being metabolized, creates an acid or alkaline reaction in the body, influencing its acid-base balance. Foods are divided according to this reaction produced in the body. Since we are formed for about 80% of water, being immersed in an alkaline environment between blood, intra and extracellular fluid, as well as the same tissues, will allow the body to maintain the flow of energy. The body has buffer systems to neutralize the acids produced by their metabolism, releasing minerals such as bone calcium and other elements. Once the stocks of alkalizing minerals are exhausted, the body tends to set these acids aside in certain areas of the body, such as the connective tissue and the organs themselves. Once the bases are reintroduced and restored into the body through an alkalizing diet, the body can detoxify itself from the accumulated acids. A predominantly vegetarian diet allows the body to produce low amounts of acids as metabolic residues, and to have a large quantity of buffer minerals that neutralize the acid component and preserve the acid-base balance. These minerals are calcium, sodium, potassium, magnesium, iron, as well as bicarbonates. Chemically necessary 4 portions of alkalizing minerals to neutralize a portion of acid. So the ideal ratio to maintain ideally to preserve this balance is a diet that has a 20 to 80 ratio of acidifying foods, meat, carbohydrates, sugars, cheeses, coffee, spirits, carbonated beverages, and alkalizing foods, vegetables such as spinach, some types of fruit. Even water has a fundamental role in the removal of acids through the main excretory organs, lungs, kidneys, skin. Therefore, through breathing, urine, and sweating. It is therefore important to encourage a change in the water of our body as you would for a plant in a vase. It is important to drink at least 1.5 liters of pure water per day, up to more than 2 liters. Depending on your body weight, the season of the year, and your physical activity. With a vital and in-shape body, it is easier to find within oneself the strength to embrace and follow the higher part of oneself represented by one's greatest dreams. From a position of inner harmony and balance, it will be natural to let one's vitality and love for life and its infinite possibilities reverberate outside. Chapter 13. Oxygenation. Oxygen is a fundamental component for life and can rightly be called the spark of life. Since its correct balance in the human body depends on the degree of health and vitality. From the point of view of well-being and psychophysical harmony, fundamental prerequisites from which motivated and conscious choices are made towards one's most authentic vision, oxygen acquires a fundamental importance. Not only does life depend on its presence in the body, but also the same level of vitality and connection with its deepest part. For these reasons, in all the ascetic traditions that involve contact with the divine, breathing, here understood as oxygenation, it represents a royal road. Practices like pranayama, rebirthing, holotropic breathing, and generally conscious breathing techniques allow us to bring the body into a state that encourages transpersonal contact with one's higher self. It is precisely from this contact that one can progressively see life with the eyes of one's most intimate truth, directed towards one's own superior well-being. The right amount of oxygen must therefore necessarily be offered to the organism above all through breathing. For this purpose, the two fastest ways to help the body to restore a correct percentage of saturation in the blood and tissues are aerobic training and conscious breathing. Chapter 14. Aerobic Training. Aerobic training is a type of training that is not very tiring and not very demanding from the muscular point of view, which allows to increase the amount of oxygen circulating in the blood and its saturation in the tissues. This type of training promotes pH rebalancing and gradual detoxification through the elimination of acid waste and toxins through breathing, volatile acids, and sweating. The golden rule in this phase is to train the heart at a low intensity, since lactic acid, a byproduct of anaerobic metabolism that provides a high level of commitment and physical effort, which would lower the body's pH, should not be produced, also affecting the oxygen saturation level. Any activity of low intensity can be chosen, such as slow running, brisk walking, bottom swimming, cycling, etc., as long as you respect the fundamental condition that is the pleasure of practicing it, being a very bland and muscularly little exercise challenging. There are particular formulas to assess precisely whether you are aerobic or not, but the simplest and most immediate way is to assess your breathing intensity during exercise. If you are in trouble and cannot speak during aerobic training, it means that you are in a state of breathlessness, and, consequently, you are beyond the organism's oxygenation threshold. The rule is therefore to oxygenate to an intensity that allows to have positive feedback through one's ability to speak. Chapter 15. Conscious Breathing. The practice of conscious breathing about the amplitude of the inhalation and exhalation phase brings significant benefits for the body, helping to rebalance the pH and increase the level of saturated oxygen. See in details the exercise, Free the Breathe to Free the Spirit. Chapter 16. Further Benefits of Oxygenation. 1. General detoxification of the organism. 2. Natural and physiological slimming, use of fats as an energy substrate. 3. Increased energy levels and vitality. 4. Increased resistance to stress. 5. Increased alertness and mental clarity. 6. Increased capacity for recovery in the event of intense physical and mental effort, both from sport and everyday life. 7. increased positivity and motivation in one's life. 8. Increase in the state of psychophysical well-being, a fundamental factor for finding and following one's vision and for giving energy to one's own imaginative focus. Chapter 17. Transcendental Breathing. It is amazing how the secret to access an altered state of consciousness that allows connection with a state of superconsciousness has always been within the reach of man of all times, and how only a few have noticed this extraordinary possibility of transcending their own limits and access to a path of spiritual evolution and psychophysical well-being. The secret has always been under our eyes, or better, under our noses, if we consider the fact that it is a question of using a very simple function like breathing. I coined the term transcendental breathing because this type of breathing has particular characteristics of execution which differentiate it from the type of breathing that every living being performs in an unconscious manner, and that, in most cases, is sufficient only to maintain basic psychophysiological functions. The term transcendental refers to the fact that this breathing technique has the aim, in addition to oxygenating the body, to reach a state of widespread bliss and well-being through the progressive detachment of conscious awareness with functions and perceptions body. As the body detaches itself from the interferences of the signals of the body and from the interferences of thoughts, a meditative state is automatically reached, capable of giving the body, mind, and spirit a boost of renewed well-being and vigor, in addition to an ever greater spiritual connection with all living beings and material manifestation. One feels part of a whole and feels a strong sense of peace and harmony. Chapter 18. A simple technique, powerful and easily accessible to all. One of the positive points of this meditative technique is that it can be easily performed by everyone at no cost, in any place, and above all, if performed with commitment, with guaranteed results in every session. TB is therefore a technique that is effective because it allows you to get a beneficial meditative state through a completely physiological process, that of breathing, and thus in a controllable manner. No difficulty, as in other types of meditation. Sit in a quiet place and gradually abandon the thoughts. Doing this is even difficult for the majority of people. Only asked to perform the technique systematically, like performing a sporting movement or a simple and repetitive action, such as putting one step ahead of the other. Body, mind, and spirit are interconnected, and stimulating specifically the body, you get to reach even higher layers of consciousness to go back to a state of transcendence and pure pleasure, joy, and love. The transcendental breathing technique is extremely powerful and, at the same time, extremely simple to perform. It represents a gateway to personal well-being and evolution, as well as representing a direct path to the manifestation of one's desires through the conscious use of the law of attraction. Transcendental breathing allows the individual consciousness to become a clean mirror, which more easily and naturally reflects the reflection of our desires in the world, allowing a speeding up of the conscious manifestation process. Chapter 19. Emotional Cleansing and Vibrational Tuning. The law of attraction allows each individual to attract consciously or unconsciously their own reality through vibrational attunement with your desires and your deepest aspirations. The manifestation of desires is directly proportional not only to the degree of clarity and focus of the objectives, see the technique of virtual reality in the practice section, but also to the ability to reflect in a pure and innocent manner, without interference, the state or the emotion that one wants to live and manifest in the individual reality. The interferences are constituted by the set of beliefs, convictions, prejudices, and fears that, rooted in the conscience of the individual, cause a distortion of the vibrational signal. The material world reflects immutable principles present at higher levels of reality. To make clear the concept of how you can speed up the manifestation of your desires through the cleaning and the removal of the ballast of beliefs contrary to the objective, namely fears, think, for example, about how you can improve the progression of an airplane to make it reach a destination faster and with less effort. Or work on the power of the engines, but also reduce its weight and optimize its aerodynamic. On average, in the individual consciousness, to make sure that our goals and our objectives are more easily and quickly reached on vibrational and conscious level, through the law of attraction, is not enough to simply increase the focus, the active demonstration phase, such as writing the objectives, and use the creative imagination, see the virtual reality technology. But we need to gradually reduce all mental ballast and of conflicting emotions that weigh on your conscience, progression towards an instant manifestation of desire, negative beliefs, fears. The aim is to cleanse the conscience until it becomes so clean and shiny that it automatically reflects every individual's desire and emotion without any resistance. This is the secret behind the secret. The secret of conscious manifestation is therefore twofold. On the one hand, there is an active phase of creation through creative imagination and conscious focus. On the other, there is a passive phase of allowing one's consciousness to reflect without obstacles their own desires and emotions, which then reverberate in the universe, and which, through the law of attraction, will deliver as requested with the active process of manifestation. The process underlying the manifestation is therefore that of internal cleaning of the resistances, and which allows a fluid alignment with the object of the request or manifestation. The passive process of manifestation, and therefore a progressive cleansing of consciousness from unconsciousness resistances and vibrational alignment with desire, can be achieved directly through the achievement of a state of connection and fusion with a state of transcendent bliss produced by access to a higher state of consciousness. In many esoteric traditions, religions, and in the same psychology defined by names of cosmic consciousness, state of bliss, God, superconsciousness, etc. Accessing this state and aligning with it in a systematic and conscious manner in one's life allows access to the field of possibilities in which the conscious manifestation of desires becomes automatic, natural, and without any effort. This is the prerogative of a man or a woman who is in contact with the Source and who are a more or less faithful reflection of it. Transcendental breathing is one of the simplest, easiest, and most direct ways to access this state and to allow the internal resistances that hinder one's conscience to reflect one's desires and their manifestation in a clear and crystalline way. Only individual practice and personal commitment can allow everyone to try what has been stated so far. The mere reading of a score does not allow the melody to resonate, as instead happens when you pick up an instrument and start playing. Connecting and aligning with the transcendental upper state is like learning a sport or playing an instrument. It requires constant practice of the technique and allows, over time, to enjoy extraordinary results. with the increase of phenomena of synchronicity and serendipity through the manifestation of amazing coincidences towards the manifestation of one's goals and consciously attracted desires, one will experience a feeling of wonder, joy, and personal power through intentional and conscious creation. Chapter 20. Psychosomatic Integration and Manifestation. Through the practice of transcendental breathing to achieve a state physical, mental, and spiritual bliss, they will encounter some obstacles at the beginning, representing the proof of how necessary a progressive work of emotional cleansing and an alignment with a state of higher consciousness. The increase in respiratory rate and its intensity in a few minutes leads to better oxygenation of the tissues, including blood, and an increase in body pH, easily detectable by oximetry and measurement of urinary pH with litmus paper. To this variation of two vital parameters of the perfusion degree of oxygen and of the increase of the pH could be traced the states of physical tension, state of tetany to the limbs and to the mouth, caused by the increase in frequency of respiratory intensity during transcendental breathing. These states of strong and unintentional overbearing of the hands, often held in claws, of the legs, and in the mouth, where the lips are in a ring contraction position, are known in medicine as phenomena of tetanic contraction of the muscles, in which the muscle is involuntarily kept in a phase of continuous contraction, often painful. From the psychosomatic and bioenergetic point of view, these body segments, the mouth, the legs, and the hands, are the points of contact and interaction of the individual with others and with the world, representing a probable underlying problem. These counteractions must be considered real psychophysical and emotional blocks with the outside world. In the presence of such during transcendental breathing, it will be necessary to continue breathing until a progressive release of these tensions is felt, this sign of a real integration and liberation from these unconscious blocks. The personality of the individual will therefore be freed from emotional baggage, often unconscious and unknown, towards greater fluidity, ale, and relational characters. It will be easy to see an increased state of psychophysical well-being, a sign that the body is now free from unconscious emotional tensions blocked in the muscles. Breathing brings up the somatized emotional tensions in the body and then dissolves them. Chapter 21. Crisis of Crying and Emotional Release. During the phase of increased and sustained pulmonary ventilation, it is possible to arrive at a further phase of psychosomatic release through crying. Crying, like yawning, is and should be a phase of automatic response of the body and of the emotional state, but often, for numerous reasons connected to the suppression of the individual and his emotional states, how many times is anger or emotion kept, we get to relegate these emotions to hidden recesses of consciousness. This suppression does not erase unexpressed emotions, but accumulates dangerously in the body and in the consciousness of the individual. Each release of tears achieved with forced breathing thus leads to a state of liberation from these unconscious tensions, contributing to a state of enormous well-being and bliss. Chapter 22. Release of Blocked Memories. The work of emotional cleansing and energy rebalancing of the individual through any type of forced breathing can often lead to certain visions, images, and emotions, often linked to an unknown experience. far from explaining the reason and the origin of these scenes and images. It is necessary to relive them, no matter how dramatic or fantastic they may seem to the conscious subject who in the breathing phase lives as if they were actual and as if he were again immersed. Continuing to breathe forcefully during these experiences and images gradually leads to the release of these mental and emotional manifestations, leading to their release and their integration. Consciousness will therefore be lightened by imaginary emotions and situations, or lived in a past now lost in time, but always current in the body and in the consciousness of the individual himself. Chapter 23. From Suffering to Bliss. These emotional states and psychosomatic reactions are a sign that there is a need for integration and the release of those emotions and the memories repressed and trapped in the individual. A simple technique, free and extraordinarily powerful, like forced breathing, will progressively lead the individual to live his life in a more serene, clear, and relaxed way. It will also allow him to acquire the qualities of his physique and his mind to bring, thanks to breathing, to the attainment of higher states of consciousness and to the experience of a state of bliss and, we could define, of cosmic consciousness. Chapter 24. Living the State of Bliss and Cosmic Consciousness. The ultimate goal of the respiratory breathing work is, precisely, a psychophysical energetic rebalancing that leads to living, after the removal of all obstacles and emotional blocks, a state of super-consciousness. This state of super-consciousness, in which the individual, although conscious in the state of breathing, gradually detaches himself from the influences of the body, reveals himself as a state of pure bliss and widespread well-being and love. Fears, limited beliefs, and emotional blocks melt like snow in the sun, allowing an automatic alignment with one's desires, and allowing them to manifest themselves in material reality, being no longer blocked and braked. When the individual is aligned and integrated with his desires, thanks to emotional cleansing and the progressive experience of a state of super-consciousness and bliss, the power of conscious manifestation flows freely and is manifested in the life of the individual with an often astonishing and staggering speed. The synchronicity of apparently random events that occur following the practice of forced breathing are the sure proof that it is attracting more effectively and speedily through the law of attraction. The mirror of individual conscience is sharper and cleaner, therefore more integrated and able to reflect naturally and freely focused desires. Chapter 25. Develop your inner senses, emotional guidance system, and intuition. The human being is an extraordinary creature that is born with great abilities, but that few recognize and use. The result is that these skills weaken as they are not used. As for the sensorial organs that we all recognize, sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell, they fade away from the non-use or from the bad use. The same thing happens for the other inner senses that few recognize, develop, and use. Therefore, making aware use of these superior senses, it is possible to perfect the functioning and to use them in one's life. In addition to the 5 normally recognized senses, there are others of a more subtle nature which, once accepted as a human kit, can lead the individual to higher levels of perception. Imagine knowing before knowing, or feel emotionally something before it happens. They are luxury instruments for the human being who does not know he has them or has forgotten to possess them. These senses are like spies and indicators that have only the most expensive and sophisticated cars. Not using these superior senses is like going around in life with only the petrol and oil temperature warning lights, when we could have a GPS system to find the right direction of life and a map with the points of refreshments, fuel dispensers, and much more. The current society in which I write affects the human being to rely only on external inputs, visible and touchable, away from the miracle of ultra-sophisticated guidance systems that even transcend time and space, being time and space only functions of material life and not multidimensional life. It is as if we were walking around with a measure and a scale to catalog and understand life, when we have at our disposal other far more sophisticated senses of measurement. Imagine having available the miracle of ultra-sophisticated guidance systems that even transcend time and space, being time and space only functions of material life and not multidimensional life. It is as if we were walking around with a measure and a scale to catalog and understand life, when we have at our disposal other far more sophisticated senses of measurement. Imagine having available over to from a hypothetical scale and a measuring tape with an infrared sensor to recognize the temperature of a living being, to have a satellite that tells you other information, and sight that sees even in dark situations. This is a material example to make you understand the opportunity you have of right as a material human being, confined in the 5 recognized and accepted senses of having developed and utilized far more extended capacities towards the incarnation of a multidimensional human being who has access to a series of more complete and reliable information. Among these superior senses available to the human being, which are recognized and developed as the human being recognizes his true nature of being multidimensional, they are the emotional guidance system and intuition. Chapter 26. The Emotional Guidance System. How many mistakes would we avoid if there were a way to avoid them from the start? How many successes could we achieve more easily if we knew which path of least resistance to take? Even if mistakes are part of the path to experience and personal growth, there is a way to limit them as much as possible by developing an awareness and an ability to feel inner that gives us an early signal about what to do and what not to do for our good and that of others. The inner sense I am talking about is the emotional guidance system. Our emotions are the signal to which we must be careful when we see the images of current reality pass before us or imagine the potential futures ahead. How many times we said to each other, "I knew it inside me, I felt it," or "I had to listen to my feelings." Our ability to feel goes far beyond the limits of mental evaluation produced by the analysis of the facts existing at the present moment, those facts that are nothing but the fruit of a 3-dimensional evaluation. Our inner knowing goes far beyond the boundaries of the 5 senses. Emotions are the signals that our soul, connected with non-physical limits, sends us to give us a more exact and appropriate direction to its higher and more precise point of view. It's like watching a scene from above, see over mountains and hills that would hide our view if we were in the territory. Just like when we are in the field and we do not see beyond our sight, our sense of smell, and our hearing. Relying on our emotional guidance system means relying on a broader and more accurate evaluation system. The strange thing is that we trust every mechanical and electronic evaluation tool, taking for granted the indication, like the odometer of our car, the speed indicator, or the GPS, when instead we doubt or don't pay attention to our precious multidimensional direction indicators. To fully utilize our emotional guidance system, we must pay attention to the feeling that a given thought and a given circumstance gives us. What does the thought of that person convey to me? How does that thought sound in me? What emotion gives me the thought of starting that project? Fear, doubt, or enthusiasm beyond any obstacle that may exist at the moment? Behind a wall, perhaps a path in a beautiful landscape can be hidden. This landscape can represent our life and our vision once given credit to our inner senses and our emotional guidance system that tells us that somewhere there must be a road, a small door, a staircase, a passage across that wall which now divides us from the path of our vision of future life. The beautiful landscape, precisely. Doubt or enthusiasm beyond any obstacle that may exist at the moment. The lack of attention can lead us to ignore these inner signals that can help us not to take the roads that do not belong to us and do not bring us to our highest good. It is best not to walk the streets, then you need to go backwards. You risk losing time and energy, causing harm to themselves and to others. The question is therefore, are you willing to invest in the inner powers that belong to you by nature? Are you willing to work on your inner senses that will allow you to live a richer and more joyful life from all points of view? No money is needed to invest. Just decide to pay attention to your inner world of sensations and go ahead with confidence on the path of your own vision of life. Too many artists die doing things for which they were not born. Too many men and women live in the shadow of a life that does not follow that of their maximum potential. Your life is not the one that society imposes on you, but the one you choose, day after day, following yourself. Stop every day and explore the potentials of your life. Don't be afraid to ask more from yourself and your life. If you were born a blacksmith because you are born of a family of blacksmiths, you can become anything else you feel deeply about, despite your momentary reality. The only rule is to listen to your inner senses and what they communicate to you. Emotions have reasons that reason does not know. Have the courage to lend an ear and follow their whispers beyond what society wants to believe as fair, pleasant, or successful. The first real success is to follow yourself. All the rest will be given to you as a result if you really want it and with the right intention. You will follow yourself, learning to listen and follow your inner guidance system. As for learning a new sport or a new profession, with practice and due attention, the margins of evaluation errors will become less and less, bringing you to the full mastery of new skills and perception skills towards a more life, full, rich, and majestic. This is the road to your innate inner power and full potential. Have the courage to follow your vision. Stop every day and explore the potentials of your life. Chapter 27. Exercise your intention. Intention is the first instrument of conscious creation. Through it, it is possible to move and move events, circumstances, and to bring into our lives the magic of synchronicity, or to make life become an orchestra accorded to our la. The ability to direct one's intention consciously and consciously is a faculty given to the human being to direct one's life in the desired direction. And in time you begin to channel their intention, you will see amazing changes in the seemingly random process of things and events as it affects voluntarily in the field of possibilities. Intention is an active and never passive process of inclusion and never exclusion. To understand the concept, just think of it as a beam of light that we project into a vast, immense room in shadow, which represents the universe of the pure potential of the event. In this universe there already exists, at the potential state, all natural events, possibilities, sensations, emotions, and objects of infinite combinations that are just waiting to be chosen, to be turned on. With our intention, represented by a luminous torch, we light up and illuminate those areas of pure potentiality of life combinations, recalling them in our individual and subjective experience of life. In order to be masters in the creative process, and to manifest only the desired things and never the unwanted ones, we need to exercise our power of choice wisely. That is, the ability to attract only the things we want in the process of manifestation in the material world. It seems an obvious concept, but many people, through their fears and concerns, turn their attention to areas of the room of possibilities, where the events they fear and want to avoid reside. Their intention, although not properly voluntary, directs and illuminates with attention precisely those areas of the room that they would like to avoid. The conscious intention, on the contrary, requires a commitment to address in, but conscious and aware of one's mental energy only in the direction of the desired things. In this sense, those who seek find, and ask and will be given to you. We ask with the intention to have, to be, to experiment, and to become, consciously directing our attention only to what we desire, and experiencing in advance at the virtual level that same reality that we yearn for through the process of imaginative focus, which represents the second step into the path of creative mastery. The intention is our redemption. Through it, we have the precise and luxurious ability to choose our life experiences and to see them manifest in the game of creative deployment, first as well as coincidences, and then in the clear and distinct feeling that things are going just like we put them in our mind. The intention is like a muscle of the conscience. It must be exercised to develop it, and ensure that it always responds more promptly and precisely to its own requests. Like all learning processes, at the beginning it will be more difficult, but gradually and with practice, the lighting process of the areas of reality that we want to turn on and bring into our reality will become increasingly easier, giving not only the manifestation of what you want, but also that feeling of joy and triumph that represents the awareness of your being, of being the king of your own experience. Chapter 28. Imagination as an instrument of creation. Focus your life. The deliberate creation of their own reality and the conscious manifestation of their dreams and desires passes not through a process of fine mental and emotional fire whose main instrument is the imagination. Imagination is an extraordinary creative tool given to human beings to create their own reality. Whether we are aware of it or not, our inner visions, our expectations, our beliefs, our fears are all projections of the conscience towards a reality that sooner or later will become manifest in the life of the individual. The future is like a series of fuzzy images that gradually come into focus through reality, through the lens of the imagination. These images become more and more focused on an emotional level in the consciousness and gradually become a space-time continuum, which then turns into its own now. The conscious manifestation of its own reality, which is a dream, a desire, a fear, or a positive expectation about something like an event or a fact, goes through a process of imaginative focus of an image, feeling, or emotion that is gradually brought into focus and fixed in the individual consciousness. Since the material reality that involves every human being is constituted by the projection of his consciousness or awareness, it follows that by influencing the consciousness itself through certain mental and emotional processes, it is possible to write consciously on the inner film, or in the internal script, everything what then is faithfully translates into reality. The fundamental step to consciously express one's own reality is, therefore, to consciously write the script of one's life, then translating it into a real film by focusing on the individual frames or scenes that we want to happen in that movie we call our life. Since everyone creates in every moment, and in every moment of their life through their mental images, whether they are aware of it or not, the first step to create is to consciously put to work that extraordinary and powerful gift that every human being has, but few people know how to use in his favor and for his own benefit: his own imagination, or the ability to focus on the scenes of his own film of his life. When we become clear about our goals, our vision of life, and what we want to achieve from the point of view of our own well-being and evolution as a human being, we need to ensure that the mirror of our consciousness reflects only what we want. This first requires a shift of the focal point of one's imagination only to what we wish to achieve, leaving aside any fears or doubts. Although fear has at times the purpose of warning the human being against possible dangers, an imaginative focus based on fear has the effect that the mirror of conscience, which, as already said, faithfully reflects in reality all that it sees projected on it, manifests just what you wouldn't want to happen. On the contrary, an imaginative focus on images and sensations of what you want to achieve and manifest will make you see then reflected in reality the images, the nuances, the colors, and the contexts of the mental scenes visualized and focused through a mental and emotional focus defocus process, also called imaginative focus defocus. The image at first blurred of one's future will come with time more and more focused in one's consciousness, and, consequently, a process of manifestation will follow in the real life of the individual. In this sense, life is at first a blurred dream that is then, consciously or unconsciously, brought alive into manifest reality. Also, if a mental image acquired, with more and more strength with its repetition in one's mind, so much as to dig the furrows in one's own conscience, to then manifest oneself, a single mental image or thought form already represents a form of manifestation, even if not visible and concrete. The mental image is like a seed that, in a woman's womb, grows and develops day by day until the birth of the creature that represents its manifestation in the real world. The creature existed from conception and continued to develop in the womb. The union of one's own capacity of choice, represented by one's intent, combined with its own power to focus on one's life through a work of constant imaginative focus, defocus. It represents the royal road towards the conscious and intentional creation of one's own reality. The one who creates in an unconscious manner often does so in a zigzag, proceeding groupingly, and often being hindered by a poorly directed focus, for example, on his own fears, his own doubts, and what he does not want. On the contrary, those who consciously create and follow certain rules of consciousness do so directly and by the shortest way. For this reason, once we know the rules of this game called life, we often witness a real rebirth of the individual who, finally, and with a sense of ineffable joy in the soul, starts to become the artist, the actor, and director of a potential masterpiece that is represented by the film of his own life. Life thus becomes joy, freedom, realization towards ends that only one's own imagination can limit. Chapter 29. Physical Reality as a Mirror. Physical reality is a reflection of metaphysical phenomena and principles. It is like the difference between an ice cube, physical reality, the equivalent of water and steam, the thought that underlies the event. The basic substance is the same, but its shape depends on the state of manifestation in which it is at the moment. For this reason, it is useful to use images of the material world to understand how the immaterial world of thoughts and creation works through them. Among these images there are those of the pull with a bow, and the sun, the lens, and the fire. Chapter 30. Creating is like shooting with a bow. The process of shooting with a bow and hitting the target with the arrow is a perfect material example of the principle that underlies the targeting of an intangible target, that is, reaching a goal through the intentional creation process. What the archer needs, or the person who wants to achieve a goal, is to take a bow and activate his intention there. The arrow represents the desire to be experienced. The act of stretching the bow is the conscious act of focusing, on an imaginative level, on the desire already reached and experienced personally, and in its various components on a mental and emotional level. It should be emphasized that a thought that does not arouse emotions has almost no strength to create the equivalent in reality. It's like pulling a bow with a slow and not very tight rope. The result will be that the arrow, our desire, will not have the strength, the necessary push to activate the process of material manifestation. For this reason, the emotional and emotional component is so important, and it is so important to follow the paths of one's heart, that is, of one's greatest emotions and of the most true and intimate vision of one's soul. The fundamental point on which many fail, paying the price of a failure to achieve the goal or a delay in achieving it, is the fact that they give excessive importance to the result itself. So instead of releasing the focus string, they accompany it, removing the string from the creative act. Once we have imagined the end achieved through a focused, imaginative focus, we need to literally leave the grip on the process, defocus imaginativo, as we do by leaving the string of a bow after having stretched it and taken aim. The result will be an automatic process, the rope of intention and emotion, targeted and lived as an existing event even if for now only on a virtual level, will leave and allow that the event takes place by itself, without any control at this stage, which is and must be, in all respects, passive. It is precisely the release phase, or rather the abandonment of the grip on the final result, that allows the result itself to happen. Those who are too focused on objectives often make the center wrong due to an excess of active focus, wanting to consciously and excessively control the achievement of the result. The point is this: the circle closes and the results open when once imagined the end reached, and after having tasted and appreciated it on an imaginative level, let go of the grip, the tightrope of the bow, and allow the bow to release its force towards the launch of the arrow, desire, towards its material manifestation, hit the center. Any further checks on the final phase of abandoning intention and conscious effort to achieve the result merely interfere with the process itself. Sometimes it is enough to give up the desperate grip of control, the greed for the result, to see appear in your reality synchronic messages that show us a taste of what we want. The messages are of great value because if we are ready to catch them, they tell us that our approach to intentional creation is balanced and, therefore, effective. Intention, abandonment. Focus, defocus. Tension, release. I want, allow it to happen with serenity and confidence in the process. The feeling of having creative power over one's own reality is exhilarating. One no longer feels like a paper boat in the sea of events, but an integral part of the harmonious universe that respects and honors our creative choices, if we only allow it with our attitude of serene expectation. Chapter 31. The Creative Process, the Sun, the Lens, and the Fire. We all played with a magnifying glass when we were little, with which we set fire to a piece of paper, thanks to the concentrated and focused power of the sun's rays. The process of manifesting desires works in the same way. As already stated, the physical reality reflects a higher order reality, a subtle reality, as if it were its invisible reflection. Using the image of the magnifying glass that burns a sheet, it will be easy to understand the functioning of the creative mental and emotional focus. In the metaphysical reality, the sun represents our intention, whose intensity has great importance in its very power to burn the paper under the lens. If the sun is veiled by clouds, uncertainties, and doubts, its strength will not be sufficient to complete the manifestation process. The magnifying glass represents the powerful tool that is always at our disposal, the imagination, or our ability to focus and converge our thoughts and emotions on the feeling of desire already achieved. The card represents the canvas of reality, on which we have the power to engrave and write through our thoughts and our focused emotions. It is important to underline that empty words and thoughts, that is, sentences repeated without feeling and emotion, therefore without an underlying force, they do not have in themselves such power as to be able to make the paper burn, and, therefore, to bring into reality what was displayed with focus. The distance of the lens from the sheet of paper represents instead the intensity of the desire that differs from the sun, power of intention, in that one can have a strong desire to be, do, or have something, but one may not have the necessary intention to give force to desire itself. In that case, It will be like being on a sailboat and having the desire to go in one direction, but at the same time, without having the wind of a real and strong intention that pushes the sails towards the fulfillment of the desire itself. Or, to make the idea even better, like wanting to lose weight all day on a sofa watching TV and gulping down chips and beer. The underlying desire is, but the thrust of intention, motivation, is too low to activate the will and any kind of changes. The creative process is a simple process that requires all the right ingredients and cooking times. Chapter 32. Imaginative defocus as a serene expectation and detachment from the result. Importance of modulating the desire to allow its manifestation. This represents a key point in the creative process and is of fundamental importance in allowing desire to manifest itself in reality. The repetition of this concept is fundamental, as it is the least understood moment of the entire creative process and represents its keystone and turning point. As has been said, the conditions that allow the creative process to manifest a desire, vision, are 1. Intention to reach it, solar rays intensity. 2. Imaginative focus, magnifying glass. 3. Imaginative defocus, serene expectation without attachment to the result. But how can the importance of desire be framed in this process? What is its relevance? What importance does its intensity have? This is a fundamental point, the keystone in the creative process. Without this understanding, we risk nullifying every completion of the process itself. Desire, in view of the similarity of the lens that burns the sheet, is represented by the distance of the lens from the sheet, or from our attachment to the result. Being too attached to the result, thus giving too much importance to the situation or thing that we want to achieve, hinders the power of focus and dampens the same power of intention, literally dispersing its rays. To realize this, take a magnifying glass and bring it closer to the paper until its rays are concentrated, focus, in a small point. Now try to bring the lens closer. The result will be that the focus point of the sun's rays will be dispersed by widening the center as we approach the lens to the paper, removing its power of concentration and focus. The distance of the lens on the sheet represents the intensity of desire, which often, unfortunately, results in a real feverish need. This means that the intensity itself must be modulated so as not to create attachments to the result. How is intensity modulated so that it is not excessive and counterproductive? By reducing the importance of achieving the result and replacing it with a serene expectation that things will conform in their time and in their ways to our intentions. This is why it rains in the wet, and all the water goes to the sea. Money always goes to the rich, who will become richer and richer. He doesn't have the strenuous need to have. He has no attachment, or at least does not have it as the poor, who not only insistently asks, with a strong attachment and an excessive importance, but the power of his intention is obscured by the doubts of being worthy of the abundance, or even the fear of becoming rich. If you think that this is not your case, at least feel and recognize around you how many people at the bottom of themselves are denying themselves by saying inside them, "This is not for me. I can't afford it." This is not an invitation to spend what is not has, or to possess things that at that moment cannot be allowed, but an invitation to broaden one's inner horizons towards a world of abundance and fulfillment. It is, therefore, not an invitation to squander what one does not have, but to hoard and make use of one's desire for abundance, which, in any case, start from a change in the awareness that makes one whisper inside, "I too can," or "I will begin to renounce the superfluous. I'll build my abundance." Modulating the intensity of the desire with the imaginative defocus phase and of serene expectation is therefore fundamental in order not to hinder its manifestation in reality due to an excessive attachment to the result. How many times have you strenuously desired something that came about only when you gave it up? The strenuous attachment to make it happen, to focus with the chronometer in hand and with tight teeth, leads away from the realization of desire. Desires are like traveling pigeons towards their goal, pigeons with our desire. We will have to trust that it will be heading towards its fulfillment and that it will not have turned from another place, once away from our sight. It is not religious faith, but faith in the creative and expansive process on which the universe itself is based. By reducing the importance of desire, the dream will meet us, following its timing of manifestation. It will be necessary to trust that something in the universe is moving in our favor. Excessively controlling any signs of the universe will only be a demonstration of doubt and fear. The seed, once buried and watered, will come out of the earth on its own and then bloom. The doubtful farmer who digs to see the state of growth of the seed kills it. So allow your intention and your imagination to bear fruit according to their times, allowing its manifestation through faith in the creative process. If we throw a stone into a pond, we know that the stone will eventually fall into the water thanks to the force of gravity. This is a process we take for granted, as it has already been acquired by our parents and our ancestors. The process of creation and conscious attraction acts with laws that have always existed, but is based on paradigms of experience that are not yet rooted in our current social consciousness, so it is easy to have doubts about it. Nevertheless, it acts in any case, both if we use it to our advantage and in a conscious manner, whether we use it randomly and default, and in the latter case the results may not meet our expectations. Future generations will benefit from a day of work that everyone is doing right now by changing his personal paradigm of life. Imagine a child born with the conviction that he can consciously influence reality, and moreover, with a paradigm of consolidated experience in the parents and with a map of how to do it. It is up to us to change our lives now in a positive and conscious way, laying the foundations for a new generation that will see personal magic on the agenda of its own reality. The process of allowing our vision to manifest itself is similar to a process of letting see. Your eyes, which are the basis of an efficient view, anyone who knows the power vision system, visual re-education system, developed by me, knows from direct experience of his eye that the visual focusing process is inversely proportional to the effort what to do to see. The more one tries to see, the more the view becomes blurred. On the contrary, once trained the eyes, it is necessary to allow the eyes themselves to see and to increase their focus through the release of their tension in seeing. The same is true for the material manifestation of one's inner vision. One must wish with intention and positively imagine. then it is necessary to entrust everything to the creative power so that it can do the rest with serenity and trust. This is the ability to permit of the imaginative defocus phase. Chapter 33. The Law of Overturned Effort. This law states that the more we insist on wanting to achieve something, the more we distance it from us. Everyone happened to want something at all cost, and the more we insisted, the more the thing, situation, person moved away from us, even causing scenarios opposed to the situation that we wanted to happen. This law represents at first sight a paradox, at least in the traditional way of thinking that sees conscious effort as the only way to achieve a result. In the world of potential reality, it is instead perfectly consistent. The more we strive to force the situation and events at all costs, and the more we load the scenario of possibilities with an excessive importance that inevitably removes the lines of the manifestation of that particular situation. This law, quoted in an essay by the famous writer Aldous Huxley and by the well-known physician Emile Coué, was known since the dawn of time by the ancient Chinese Taoist philosophy, where acting without action is found superfluous potentials of Vadim Zeland's transurfing. This law takes on a particular value if it is applied to influence the subconscious. The more we try to influence it, the more the hypnotic message, words, statements, views, and more, is blocked and filtrate from consciousness. This is the reason why every hypnotic message must pass, or rather slip like a whisper to install itself in the subconscious matrix, in the individual's system file, and then produce results in life. The law of reversed effort is the basis of the imaginative defocus phase, as explained in this book. The active phase of the process of conscious manifestation, which is the imaginative focus, must then give way to the serene expectation that the prototype, thought form, of what we want is being manifested. The classic mistake of the beginner on the way to learning to the conscious manifestation is to use this important metaphysical law to its complete disadvantage, making forced and established visualizations on precise schedules, schematizing the whole, and wanting to make a forced commitment. Even a single mental focus of the desire already achieved and the objective already achieved is often much more effective than 100 forced views that, in almost apparently a paradoxical way, can lead to opposite effects to those imagined. According to the law of reversed effort, the best results will be achieved with the least effort and the least importance toward the result itself. It is necessary to keep within itself the certainty of being worthy of that to which it aspires, and which, in some way, the universe is reorganizing, bringing on that line of manifestation potential. The universe is abundant and full of infinite possibilities. Why shouldn't it be satisfied? The feeling to have is the certainty that you have in the morning when you go to have a coffee at the bar. I know that I will drink coffee, and even if that bar is closed, I will go to another where the environment will be more welcoming and the coffee even better. In this awareness, there is an absence of effort and confidence that, in some way, you will be fully satisfied. It is necessary to leave the grip of frantic control on the scenario. We are the actors of the film of our life, but we must have faith that the director knows how to direct us towards a happy ending. In any case, we will have to do our part with the focused thought and the inspired action, but always with a feeling of intention and relaxed, serene, and trusting in the heart. It is at that point of rare mastery that we will see miracles happen in our lives. Chapter 34. Difference between serene desire and greed for results. The more you crave something, the more the thing you want strenuously moves away from you, as it gives importance to the result and creates excessive effort that does not allow you to slip into the potential variant of reality to which you aspire. To desire with the heart means to appreciate that condition, without effort and with a sincere and serene spirit. Solution: savor the result achieved in your imagination by detaching yourself from the result. Make it a game of conscience, a personal way of playing with that particular sector of reality that, for now, exists only at a potential level. Don't imagine with the precise intention of creating, but to live and enjoy that experience. Get closer with a playful spirit, serene, and with no other purpose to the experience. Every effort is the enemy of intentional creation. When you turn on a light switch, you don't think if it will work or not. Plus, you use the right muscular effort, neither more nor less, without effort. Simply push your finger to snap it. Likewise, when you're at the restaurant and ordering a fruit salad, you don't wonder if the waiter, instead of going to the kitchen and telling the cook, goes for a walk somewhere else. You do not wonder then if the cook is capable of preparing it or if the restaurant is not equipped with the necessary fruit. Just ask, and you know and expect that sooner or later the waiter will bring it to you. The same thing applies to intentional creation. Ask imagining, never craving, and let the universe find the way and timing to deliver you what you asked for. Ask with imagination, focus, and attract with the abandonment of results with a serene expectation, defocus. Asking without effort and craving, therefore, means rejoicing while imagining the potential of what you would like to live. Never suffer. If you suffer, you are turning your attention to difficulties instead of the joy of imagining. The creative act, to be effective, must take place without effort, like drinking a glass of fresh water. You asked, and you know that sooner or later you will get it. Period. Imagining without attachment to the result creates the conditions for the event to occur. Chapter 35. Inspired Action. The phrase, "Ask and you shall receive," contains in itself the importance of right action, performed at the right time. This implies an inspired action, or a desire to perform that particular thing. Surely it is worth more an inspired action than 100 actions performed without a soul in what you are doing. To act inspired means to seize the fleeting moment. That is the favorable opportunity brought to us by work to visualize and, above all, feel the desire already fulfilled. Acting inspired means taking the material step into a situation already prepared in a quantum background or through our thoughts and emotions. Although sometimes things happen alone, almost magically, even if it is not magic but natural law, if we want something, we sometimes have to reach out to take it, make a phone call, go out into the street, or knock to one or more doors. I like to remember the phrase of the gospel, "Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and it will be opened to you. Since all those who ask will receive, All those who seek will find, and all those who knock will be opened. Here are the steps for the materialization of what one aspires to. Asking is obtained with a strong intention to get what you are looking for. An intention that must be free from the frustration of not having what is desired yet, but with the innocence of a child asking the father, the mother, "Dad, Mom, I want this." Being sure to get it and trusting in the great paternal, maternal figure, represented by the force or quantum field, universal energy. The child who asks for an answer is the one who does it without putting his feet on the ground, but with a smile on his lips, feeling innocently worthy of that something to which he aspires. Hence the need to keep importance to a minimum. The seek and you will find includes visualizing the potential you want to happen as we want it. The foretaste means is proper use of the imagination gift entrusted to human beings. Knock and it will be opened represents the right action or the inspired one. If we don't knock, often nobody opens the door. Our intention, combined with our imagining of opening a hypothetical door, must sometimes lead to a concrete action, after having found a door to which we feel the strong desire to knock. The situations and combinations of models of reality in life are almost endless. It is up to us to choose them with the intention, to live them in the imagination, and to go meet them if the case requires it. Hence, the importance of acting when one feels inspired. The right inspiration comes from the contact with one's soul and not with the contact of one's mind. The mind acts on raw and logical lines of thought, dictated by situations that exist at the moment. The soul acts on parameters that go far beyond mental knowledge and conjectures. It is like stepping out of a labyrinth, as we are inside, looking for the exit from a horizontal perspective, just as the mind would with its limited perspective, or looking from the outside, from above, as the soul does in every situation, having a multiple point of view, not linear, but multidimensional. Hence the importance of making contact with one's soul and learning to listen to it. It is not enough to visualize and imagine. Sometimes it is necessary to knock and act so that our dream manifests itself. If you want a thin body, you won't need to visualize yourself this way on a sofa with a beer in hand and a plate of chips. You may win a gym membership, but in that case, you have to go. You have to do your part if required. If you want to grow as a person, it's not enough to view yourself as a successful person who talks to an audience and helps people. You have to spend your time fruitfully, learning something that makes you grow. Learning a language, reading books, see documentary films, take courses, etc. It's not enough to stick to the TV and watch yourself for hundreds of hours of soap operas and TV news. If you want to earn money, make sure you develop your talents, whatever they may be, dictated by your heart or better, by your soul. Develop mastery in what you do day after day. Maybe one day many people will ask for your help, and maybe you will be paid for it. Doing what you love. Don't just buy scratch cards or wait for luck to kiss you by making you win the lottery. Here, too, you need your commitment and your inspired action. If you want to write a book and feel you have something to communicate to others, do it. Many people ask me, how do you write a book? And I simply answer, take a pen and a sheet and write. All there. It's the truth. Just decide to write and start doing it. A book is composed of sheets and lines. Just write the first few lines on a topic that you love, and that is both heart and hands will begin to flow, as if by magic on the keyboard, as I'm doing right now. I am really excited at the thought of how many books I have started with the creation of my readers who are reading these lines. Just do it. Just do it. There is an elementary truth. Ignorance kills innumerable ideas and splendid plans. In the moment in which one commits himself in depth, also the providence then moves. Endless things happen to help him, things that otherwise would never have happened. Whatever you may think of doing or dreaming of being able to do, begin it. Boldness has genius, power, and magic in it. Start now. W. Goethe. You have to cultivate your time and your mental quantum C-amp so that the chances of life take you to what you want. But often you have to get up to take it. Do it. Take action. You consciously start shooting the movie of your life, that movie whose best scenes you have already seen. Now it's up to you to go on stage and play it in the film of reality. But not before the director, your heart, soul, has given you the clapperboard, or the way to inspired action. Chapter 36. Give value to your time. Time will return value. When it comes to value, the first thing that comes to mind is often money. In reality, money is only a possible consequence of the value we attribute to ourselves, to our life, to our vision, and to the value we give to others with our service. One of the most precious resources in our reality is time. There is enormous value and enormous potential over time and how it is used. Over time, there is the potential for growth and the transformation into valuable individuals. Although every human being has its own real value, it is up to each person to spend their time to reach the maximum potential of themselves by cultivating their own unique talents and then making them available to others. Every moment of our day has its own potential in terms of growth and transformation. When you begin to value your own time, engaging in the growth and development of your potential, through the unfolding of your vision or life plan, the first result is your own growth as a person. From a new point of view on the scale of growth and awareness, we will succeed not only in being valuable individuals in what we do, but life choices will be born from a broader, mature, and evolved point of view. A being on the path of one's own conscious evolution that wishes to develop one's talents and materialize one's vision makes good use of its time. The study of others who made it in our field or in life, constant practice in what we want to improve on, following our own deep passion, leaving aside what is not love. Hence the valorization of the time factor, which constitutes a precious resource that many waste in front of the television, reading gossip newspapers, and not investing in any way on their growth and on the listening to one's inner vision. It is enough to imagine the enormous potential that exists in time enclosed in an hour a day, removed from useless situations and invested in one's personal growth. Even 1 hour a day of study or mindful thinking about the to-do for one's projects is like the accumulation of money in one's bank account of growth and evolution. Imagine that hour multiplied by 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years. Imagine the increasing returns that come from the new person that will emerge from those moments of study and reflection. They were also about imagination of one's goals achieved and the qualities one wants to achieve. Imagine your potential. Just imagine it now. Taste the possibility contained in time to reach the maximum of yourself, the lifestyle you desire, and everything that makes your life worth living. Start giving value to your time. Time will return you value. There is no favorable harvest for those who are not willing to enrich the mental field of their conscience day after day. Chapter 37. The genie of the lamp is your subconscious. Influence it with empowering beliefs. Imagine two identical people, both in physical appearance, in financial position, and in the current situation of life, as could be twins born in the same family. The only difference that distinguishes them is their different vision of life, their beliefs, or the field of possibilities that they consider as possible or impossible to put into practice in their existence. A twin believes that life is effort, injustice, and lack of resources, where only the rich go forward, while all the others are forced to stay at the stake, waiting for maybe one day things will settle thanks to contributions and concessions, state, or, worse, thanks to the quest of scratch cards or a hypothetical lottery. The other twin, on the contrary, although identical in everything, thinks it in a profoundly different way. His vision of life is much broader and ever-expanding. He believes that life can be built piece by piece, both in terms of financial well-being and quality of life. He knows that one of the most precious assets is time, or the precious freedom of choice on how, where, and with whom to use it and spend it. Time is really a precious commodity, especially in today's society, where most people spend most of their lives doing a job they don't like, just to pay a mortgage, a nice car, or to maintain their lifestyle. Unfortunately, often in installments. The second twin has empowering beliefs that always put it close to a new level of personal growth, and, as a consequence, life then makes it the new level reached, with new benefits and new growth opportunities in a virtuous circle. After 5 or 10 years, what will be the difference in quality of life between the twins? Easy to answer. One will continue to read the newspaper desperately, fixing his attention on social limitations, mass injustices, cursing the corrupt politician on duty. The other will have built and capitalized on his talents, putting them to good use for the benefit of others, bringing well-being and quality in some specific field, obtaining the consequent benefits, both economic and personal. But where is the secret key that generated the difference between the two? The key is one's own vision of life, or all that layer of beliefs of what is possible or not in one's existence. The mind and the model of life that it generates and produces is like a computer regulated by a software or a configuration sys file. Change a few fundamental lines of programming of the software and the configuration file, removing and resolving eventual bugs of the system, and the system itself will move faster, more efficiently, and productively. Potentially changing the beliefs is like changing the mental inputs to modify the outputs, or the concrete results of life. But where do the beliefs reside? Where does the software reside, the system critical file, and, above all, how to change it in our favor and benefit? Everything resides in our subconscious, that hidden part of ourself, so the invisible but so powerful because it regulates all our thoughts, our actions, and our results. As has rightly been said, the conscious part, of which we are aware, is only the top of an iceberg. All the rest, or the subconscious part, represented by 90% of the iceberg mass, is submerged. Compared to our mind and its capabilities, what really matters and makes the difference is what is under the water, that is, below our level of awareness. The good news is that it is possible to change the subconscious, submerged part, the critical configuration file that governs our life in every moment of our existence. In a few simple words, even if we are born with the mental software and the beliefs of the twin number one, we will be able to do it with the specific modalities contained in this book, to make it work in a productive, winning, and creative way as the twin number two. It is enough to know how to do it and just put it all into practice, to observe the results generated in life itself with astonishment at the beginning, stunned and amused. Chapter 37. The genie of the lamp is your subconscious. Influence it with empowering beliefs. Imagine two identical people, both in physical appearance, in financial position, and in the current situation of life, as could be twins born in the same family. The only difference that distinguishes them is their different vision of life, their beliefs, or the field of possibilities that they consider as possible or impossible to put into practice in their existence. A twin believes that life is effort, injustice, and lack of resources, where only the rich go forward, while all the others are forced to stay at the stake, waiting for maybe one day things will settle thanks to contributions and concessions, state, or, worse, thanks to the quest of scratch cards or a hypothetical lottery. The other twin, on the contrary, although identical in everything, thinks it in a profoundly different way. His vision of life is much broader and ever-expanding. He believes that life can be built piece by piece, both in terms of financial well-being and quality of life. He knows that one of the most precious assets is time, or the precious freedom of choice on how, where, and with whom to use it and spend it. Time is really a precious commodity, especially in today's society, where most people spend most of their lives doing a job they don't like, just to pay a mortgage, a nice car, or to maintain their lifestyle. Unfortunately, often in installments. The second twin has empowering beliefs that always put it close to a new level of personal growth, and, as a consequence, life then makes it the new level reached, with new benefits and new growth opportunities in a virtuous circle. After 5 or 10 years, what will be the difference in quality of life between the twins? Easy to answer. One will continue to read the newspaper desperately, fixing his attention on social limitations, mass injustices, cursing the corrupt politician on duty. The other will have built and capitalized on his talents, putting them to good use for the benefit of others, bringing well-being and quality in some specific field, obtaining the consequent benefits, both economic and personal. But where is the secret key that generated the difference between the two? The key is one's own vision of life, or all that layer of beliefs of what is possible or not in one's existence. The mind and the model of life that it generates and produces is like a computer regulated by a software or a configuration sys file. Change a few fundamental lines of programming of the software and the configuration file, removing and resolving eventual bugs of the system, and the system itself will move faster, more efficiently, and productively. Potentially changing the beliefs is like changing the mental inputs to modify the outputs, or the concrete results of life. But where do the beliefs reside? Where does the software reside? The system critical file, and, above all, how to change it in our favor and benefit? Everything resides in our subconscious, that hidden part of ourself, so the invisible but so powerful because it regulates all our thoughts, our actions, and our results. As has rightly been said, the conscious part, of which we are aware, is only the top of an iceberg. All the rest, or the subconscious part, represented by 90% of the iceberg mass, is submerged. Compared to our mind and its capabilities, what really matters and makes the difference is what is under the water, that is, below our level of awareness. The good news is that it is possible to change the subconscious, submerged part, the critical configuration file that governs our life in every moment of our existence. In a few simple words, even if we are born with the mental software and the beliefs of the twin number one, we will be able to do it with the specific modalities contained in this book, to make it work in a productive, winning, and creative way as the twin number two. It is enough to know how to do it and just put it all into practice, to observe the results generated in life itself with astonishment at the beginning, stunned and amused. Chapter 38. How to Influence the Subconscious. But how to change the inputs contained in the subconscious, beliefs and global vision of life, to generate output, i.e., visible results in the manifest reality? The answer is imprinting. Through self-suggestion, the inputs that we want to change our mental matrix and doing it in the right way. Otherwise, the results will be opposite or non-existent. In clearer words, to enter through the door of the conscious, bypassing it, and enter the mysterious and extremely powerful realm of the subconscious, it is necessary to self-hypnotize oneself through particular techniques, simple but extremely powerful, that in reality all use, but without knowledge of the facts. It is as if we were given a powerful computer, our mind, capable of doing wonderful things for ourselves and for others, but we only use it to play video games and not to create great and transformative things and experiences in a conscious way. The difference between the unconscious use of the subconscious and its voluntary use is the same that marks the passage from creatures to conscious creators in the vast ocean of possibilities in the sea of life. These fascinating concepts to read, but that will give the best fruits by putting them into practice consistently and making them become part of our new way of seeing and relating to life. We are all creators in life, and we have always been. Now the challenge and the greatest opportunity is to become aware creators, towards new and fascinating opportunities that the infinite possibilities of life can bring to our feet. All this, always and in any case with the respect of the force, he or she who, to the source of existence and life, has granted us this enormous power. Always with the responsibility of the one who creates, and with full respect for the will and free will of others, which always remains sacred. Chapter 39. Self-Hypnosis, the Holy Grail of Intentional Creation. Of any kind of technique we speak, visualization, imagination, positive thinking, affirmations, mantras, etc., all have one factor in common. They aim to influence the matrix, our software, system files, or what we want to call it, our subconscious. Influencing it is relatively easy. It is enough to see a film that involves us emotionally, and we will exit the cinema with an imprinting of the images and emotions evoked. Just look at an advertising spot to make our mouths water, like in Pavlov's dog's experiment. We need to understand and consciously apply certain techniques as to not be unconscious creatures in the hands of marketing experts, the media, or political or religious forces that almost never treat the interests of the individual. It should get out of the flock and become pastors of the self, living with awareness, direction, and above all, passion for the things they love, often because of our very existence. The fundamental condition for the self-hypnotic message to take root at a deep level in the subconscious is that it is given in a state of slight drowsiness and defined as theta state of brain waves. When the conscious is at rest and does not judge, criticize, and block the message you want to instill, and can then create the desired effects within the self and then the material manifestation. Stating, "I am rich, I have everything I want," in a walking state, when the conscious is alert, is ineffective and counterproductive, especially if your bank account is in the red. On the contrary, to affirm it in a state of semi-consciousness, such as when one is about to wake up from sleep or when one is about to fall asleep, allows the message itself to reconfigure the programming files of our mind, the so-called beliefs, only to give way to themselves to act accordingly in the material world, as if already achieving a prosperous life. The mere fact of feeling rich and well off financially makes it possible to make choices and actions different from those produced by a mind that feels little worth. To change oneself at a deep level allows one to change one's world. Changing the input allows you to change the output. Life is a faithful mirror of our beliefs. The good news is that these beliefs and the consideration that is reflected in our material life, friendships, relationships, money, lifestyle, etc., can be changed thanks to work on the subconscious through empowering sentences, mental images, and, above all, through a strong intention to achieve the result. Chapter 39. Self-Hypnosis, the Holy Grail of Intentional Creation. Of any kind of technique we speak, visualization, imagination, positive thinking, affirmations, mantras, etc., all have one factor in common. They aim to influence the matrix, our software, system files, or what we want to call it, our subconscious. Influencing it is relatively easy. It is enough to see a film that involves us emotionally, and we will exit the cinema with an imprinting of the images and emotions evoked. Just look at an advertising spot to make our mouths water, like in Pavlov's dog's experiment. We need to understand and consciously apply certain techniques as to not be unconscious creatures in the hands of marketing experts, the media, or political or religious forces that almost never treat the interests of the individual. It should get out of the flock and become pastors of the self, living with awareness, direction, and above all, passion for the things they love, often because of our very existence. The fundamental condition for the self-hypnotic message to take root at a deep level in the subconscious is that it is given in a state of slight drowsiness and defined as theta state of brain waves. When the conscious is at rest and does not judge, criticize, and block the message you want to instill, and can then create the desired effects within the self and then the material manifestation. Stating, "I am rich, I have everything I want," in a walking state when the conscious is alert, is ineffective and counterproductive, especially if your bank account is in the red. On the contrary, to affirm it in a state of semi-consciousness, such as when one is about to wake up from sleep or when one is about to fall asleep, allows the message itself to reconfigure the programming files of our mind, the so-called beliefs, only to give way to themselves to act accordingly in the material world, as if already achieving a prosperous life. The mere fact of feeling rich and well off financially makes it possible to make choices and actions different from those produced by a mind that feels little worth. To change oneself at a deep level allows one to change one's world. Changing the input allows you to change the output. Life is a faithful mirror of our beliefs. The good news is that these beliefs and the consideration that is reflected in our material life, friendships, relationships, money, lifestyle, etc., can be changed thanks to work on the subconscious through empowering sentences, mental images, and, above all, through a strong intention to achieve the result. Chapter 40. Creative Thinking. Focus, defocus. Ask and allow. Concentrate and scatter. In the world of duality, where the harmonious balance of opposites exist, one phase alternates with the other. Darkness to light, heat to cold, inspiration to exhale. The phase of contraction to that of expansion of everything. Creative thinking is no exception. It takes place in two phases, one active and one passive. The ancient alchemists would have called it the solve et calculia of thought, the concentrate and scatter. The first phase is the active one, of focusing the thought on the sensation of the wish fulfilled. When virtually and imaginatively one experiences the visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and eventually olfactory sensations of what one wishes to experience, create, and live in reality. This requires an active concentration of thought, and we could call it the yang masculine phase of the creative process, referring to the symbol of the Teo as, indeed, harmonic alternation of opposites. The second phase of the creative process is that which allows thought to spread in the universe and to bring back, by resonance or attraction, the corresponding vibrational of thought itself, until, having reached a critical point, it then collapses into reality, manifesting the thought originally focused. This can be defined for a to better understanding, such as the yin feminine phase of the materialization of thought. Both phases are fundamental and complementary in the process of intentional creation. Neglecting one of the two phases leads to hindering the process of manifesting thought, or, at best, a delay in the event itself. To make the concept clear, it is as if we launched a paper airplane into the air, and the airplane represents our thought that we want to materialize. The active phase of the creative process is that of the launch. What we have to do is give confidence to the airplane, our focused thought, which once it has detached itself from the hand, will fly and reach its destination, manifesting itself in reality. It will be completely counterproductive to continue to push the airplane once it is detached from the hand. This would hinder his free flight, making him fall prematurely and in the wrong direction. Hence, the importance, in order to favor the exact manifestation of thought and not to cause delays in the creative process, to respect the two phases, active and passive, of the intentional creation phase. The first phase is therefore that of asking or inviting through the phase of focus. The second phase is that of allowing, through which we let thought spread like concentric waves caused by a pebble thrown into a pond, and which produces the desired results. Even in the dynamic of the creative process, we can see reflected the subtle harmony of opposites that pervades the whole. Chapter 41. Manifestation in reality in two phases. Phase 1, imaginative focus. Concentrate energy. To focus one's life means to consciously choose what one wants to be, to do, and to have in that kaleidoscope which are the life experiences. Everyone must listen deeply to themselves, the same, and decide what to see, and then make the deep desires are manifested in reality. The first step of the creative process, as already illustrated, is the active one of focusing one's attention on what one wants to experiment. It is very important that we see ourselves and feel ourselves protagonists of that or those experiences, and we live it in first person and not as spectator, as in a film in which we look at the screen sitting in the audience. The ability to manifest that resides in each individual faithfully creates what we project onto the screen of the imagination. It is necessary to live inside the image, touching, caressing, listening, and seeing with the eyes of the protagonist of the scene. Otherwise, the imagined scene will materialize, but we will be out of it as if we were passengers by the road. This process can be called mental or imaginative focus, as images, emotions, visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and possibly olfactory sensations of what you really want to experience and experience are focused on the screen of your consciousness. This process of focusing on the conscious will bring with the repetition to make part of one's imaginative experience the kind of life and experience one imagines, rattling within themselves the type of emotion that would occur if you were actually experiencing everything in real life. The universe, by resonance or attraction, will do the rest, reflecting in reality what has been repeatedly lived virtually on an imaginative level. It will do this by activating the process of synchronicity of events, which is nothing but a first manifestation of the creative process. With a little of attention will be presented things, circumstances, and people who will have to deal with the imaginative experience, and at that moment we will have the clear perception of having set in motion something magical in the universe that is nothing other than its power to manifest in a conscious manner. By magic, I mean something that goes beyond the ordinary and that is able to bring wonder to one's life. It has nothing to do with the classic concept of magic. The real magic is that of being able to consciously manipulate our reality for the individual and collective good. There is no need for external ingredients. Human beings do not already have everything they need. He needs only the choice to set in motion his mental focus on what his soul wants and to project the film trailers of his life through the correct use of the imagination. The process of imagination must, however, reflect a deep desire of the individual in order to provoke emotions that then reverberate in the universe and then bring back the realization of the request, or of one's own imaginative experience. A request without heart or without an emotional force has very little creative capacity. But this is only the first step of the creative process. In order for the circle of manifestation to close, it is necessary that, after the active phase of the mental focus, one lets one's confidence in the universe go confidently. Chapter 42. Step 2. Imaginative defocus. Dispel the energy. Abandonment from any desire for results. Phase of serene expectation. This second phase is a fundamentally passive phase of the creation process. It requires a sort of abandonment to the current. It requires, in the individual who has completed the creation of virtual models of reality through the mental and imaginative focus, the conviction that the process is in motion and that it will bear fruit. This kind of waiting must be serene and confident. As mentioned in a previous chapter, if we launch a paper airplane in the air, we expect it to fly for at least a stretch. So once it is launched, we will not continue to push it with our hand. The same thing must be for the imaginative defocus phase. Once it is correctly and repeatedly activated, we will know that at the quantum level, we will have activated a request that is already looking for a response in reality. The process of resonance and attraction is what a farmer would feel after having sown. He doesn't go to dig continuously under the earth where he planted the seed to see if it is beginning to sprout, but waits confidently for the seed to come out of the earth overnight and then to flower one day and bear fruit. Clearly, in the case of intentional creation, it will be necessary to do one's part if required by the circumstances. If our desire was to receive something, it will be necessary in some cases to reach out and take it if an opportunity arises, brought to us by synchronicity. Although I am against lotteries, which represent the defeat of the creative power of masses of individuals who have no initiative and power over their lives, but only in order to make the above concept clear, if I want to win at lottery, I will at least have to buy a ticket and not wait for it to be given to me. In this sense, one must also do one's part, if required, but always in a serene way. Therefore, entrust your fortune to your talents, making them sprout, and then put them at the service of the largest number of people. This will have more value than a lottery win. Not only will it make you rich, but it will make you a better person. This second creative process remains, however, a fundamentally passive phase in which the serene expectation is required that sooner or later a path to the desired result somewhere will appear, thanks to the synchronic circumstances activated by the active phase of the mental and imaginative focus. Sometimes the manifestation happens when you stop swimming against the current and stop insistently knocking the door of desire. A classic example is when a couple has been stubborn about having children for some time and can't. Often it is the desire excessively charged with importance towards the result that does not allow the desire to be read in the air, bringing its result through resonance or attraction. Stubbornly proving is the opposite of allowing. There comes a point where the couple surrenders by adopting a child, and shortly thereafter, the woman remains magically pregnant after so many failed attempts. In this case, surrender has allowed one's desire to manifest. Another exemplary case is when one desperately seeks a partner. Often, no one appears on the horizon, increasing the sense of frustration and loneliness. When they start to feel good in themselves and their request loses its drama, transforming from a scream in despair to a polite request, love, and with a smile, there appeared on the threshold of his life the person you were waiting for. Sometimes there are even two. Ask and it will be given to you, serenely and effortlessly. All that is needed is, therefore, to know what we want deeply, to live it with the imaginative focus, and to make it come to us by allowing it with resonance and attraction through abandoning all desire for results. Sometimes the manifestation happens when you stop swimming against the current and stop insistently knocking at the door of desire. Chapter 43. Think and act today about what you can improve now. Your future is based on your present, on all the hours that you are experiencing now, and follow each other on the path of time, your time. The foundations of tomorrow are founded on the foundations of the actions you will perform today in that extraordinary space of time, full of potential that gives you the present moment. Life is like a novel, which you rewrite in every moment, with every breath and every sigh, with your every thought and your every action. It's up to you to take advantage of this current moment to create the foundation of your glorious future. Make use of every constructive thought, translating it into what you can do today, right now, to get closer to your dream, big or small, but that is your dream and not someone else's. I look around and see people talking about their dreams, but they don't move in a single comma of their life in that direction. They go on day after day in the hope that something will change. Luck exists, but it helps the bold. It helps the audacity of those who take a step forward, one after the other, taking the luxury of making mistakes too, but still proceeding. Success rewards the focus and perseverance of the one who has his work in mind and, day after day, brings it to light with small and wise chisel strokes. I wrote his work as whole masses of individuals follow projects of others in which there is not their heart, their passion. Reaching a great goal that you don't feel part of is like having reached nothing in the perspective of a life spent bringing to light ourselves and our hidden potential. The joint projects are a success for all, when all the participants work with a common vision and their hearts beat towards a single goal. In the world there is room for every project, but everyone has his own, which he must seek as if it were the golden vein of his realization, his satisfaction, and his triumph. We are all born with this talent. Everyone is discovering her, beginning went to listen to themselves, and to follow with confidence their own way to success. It is necessary to sow, day after day, in one's own mental field, the thoughts necessary to shape one's own project. But, in addition to this, it is necessary to put into practice the inspired action. That is, that action which, at that precise moment, will bring us closer to the final manifestation of the dream. We need to sow our talents, day after day, so that the seasons of life do not follow each other in vain, arriving at sunset with a handful of seeds still in our pockets, which, if lovingly and wisely planted, would have made a world of difference. Think now, and act now with inspired action. Your tomorrow depends on your formidable, precious, and glorious hour. Chapter 44. Bless your dream and be happy that it exists as pure potential. It will happen to you, sooner or later, to meet in your reality a reflection of your dream, an image of what you have in your heart and that you desire realized, your beautiful life. If you have in mind a type of partner, you will see it in passing on the street with his gaze elsewhere, or that, for a fleeting moment, looks you in the eye. Bless him and bless the fact that he exists in this world. However, it represents a potential reality that will eventually enter your life. Even if you embraced another person, bless them both without feeling any envy. This way, Unlike envy or frustration that you are not in his place, he will let you know that there is someone that he enjoys at the time of your own dream, and that sooner or later, life can also deliver it to you. Believe in your dream, at least as potential as possible. Even just believing that you are worthy of that thing, that situation, or that kind of person will make it possible, at least as a potential. When the occasion will present, you will not be afraid to seize it, but you will feel it is yours, and this will make a world of difference with those who continually repeat the negative mantra of, "I can't afford it," or the "I'll never make it." Believe it and feel worthy of it. That makes you happy just by imagining it. Give credit and confidence to your inner guidance system, to your sixth sense, to your feelings. The reality you have before your eyes is only a reflection of your past self. It is the sum of all your beliefs, aspirations, thoughts, and actions of your past. Your tomorrow, and what will happen to you, will be the fruit of the thoughts of your present moment, of the emotions you associate with your visions and the scenes you imagine. So bless your every dream when you see it concretely before your eyes, even if it is not yet part of your reality. Just know that it is possible. This will direct the lines of potential manifestation towards your experience. When? Such as? It is not your job to know how and when. Imagine it already present in your life, and sooner or later it will appear, and it will not be the magic, but the result of your vision, lived and enjoyed in a joyful way in the present moment, even if with the eyes and feelings in the imagination. Your dominant feelings will vibrate in the either bringing you back to attraction and resonance for what you are looking for with your heart. Chapter 45. Respect the Cycles of Life. Life is made up of cycles on an individual and universal basis, flows and ebbs, assets and liabilities. This silent harmony can be seen on a small and large scale, day and night, inspiration and expiration, heartbeats, the alternation of the seasons, and the ups and downs of life. It is precisely this cyclical nature of life that guarantees the harmonious alternation of opposites. On an individual level, to maintain one's harmony and harmony with life, it is necessary to respect as much as possible one's life cycles of sleep, wake, fasting, nutrition, sexual action, and abstinence, euphoria, and pause. Respecting one's life cycles allows the individual to learn to listen and respect each other. Although in modern life it is sometimes difficult, everyone must relearn to regain contact with their own vital essence and their own rhythms. Flowing with one's vital rhythms allows one to flow with the world and to tune into the higher part of self. Every creative work of the soul, every wise decision, starts from a situation of serenity and inner harmony where the individual rejoices and feels part of a everything that nourishes and protects him. Respecting one's life cycles involves listening to oneself and respecting that hidden part that has its own rhythm and its own music. Altering this harmony means entering into conflict with oneself and altering the connection with the highest part of oneself, that part which sees everything and knows everything for one's own good and that of the whole. Living mechanically on the basis of fixed schedules, regulated meals, alarm clocks, and unwanted commitments is part of the common routine of modern man, who is drawn into the vortex of life as if he is pursuing something that is always a little further away than where he is. Respecting one's own life implies respect for oneself and a step towards following yourself and your own vision. You can start doing this even in the middle of your current life. Just let go of the superfluous and embrace and value what you really want to follow in life. Magically, by doing this and starting to follow oneself, the true part of oneself will emerge little by little, that which is often submerged by commitments, false duties, and false objectives and needs. A bow which is always stretched no longer pulls with the original force. Even a bow has its own wisdom. Discover yours and follow it. Consider it as a gift to yourself and your ability to be in the world. When you begin to respect yourself, you will vibrate in your world in a more harmonious way because it is more suited to your nature. The world will reflect this inner harmony by giving you what you are looking for in vain and mechanically. You will discover the beauty of things that have always been before you, but were hidden by futile and often superfluous things. This is the philosophy of man and the natural woman. Chapter 46. Simply do it. Now. The road, and the turns, are shown to those who travel their path with confidence. Whatever project you have in mind, start it today, even by simply drafting a paper plan or starting to make a few phone calls or sending emails to people who could help you with your project. Even the most ingenious projects start from a single initiative, from a simple step. No one can do it for you. You are the one who has to trust what you feel inside you, and who says that there is a path to what you have in mind, or rather, in your heart. The saying, "Help God help you," means that you have to start doing your part. On the road, then, you will surely find unexpected turns that will help you in what you are doing. But, in any case, it's up to you to start the project and put forward the first steps toward its realization. The danger of failure always exists, but in that case, you will still treasure that experience, and you will need it to crown some of your other projects successfully. Successes are often built on the foundations of one's past mistakes. It is courage that rewards the bold, that is, those who do not care about failing, possibly, but who in any case believe in what they are doing, both for their own good and for the common good. Fear paralyzes. Boldness and courage reward in any case, sooner or later. Many people live in life in a defensive position, as if they lived perched in their place of life, without ever risking to invest both in money and in actions that bring them outside their narrow boundaries of life. A life of discovery, growth, evolution, and joy requires that the individual decides to get involved with courage and confidence in life. Life asks him to ask. Otherwise, he cannot be given. We need to find the courage to enter the field and play our game, our cards, even if we don't have them at the moment. Luck helps daring your cards, even if you don't have them at the moment. Luck helps daring, which starts from a strong desire and that comes from a profound need of the soul. It is not a matter of being impulsive, but determined in what one believes deeply, always and in any case with a view to reviewing and updating one's plans and objectives based on the development of the various scenarios. In any case, never betraying one's inner truth. The great achievements in all fields come from those who, with the baggage of their dreams and their potential, even potential, decide to put them into play by advancing and doing what they consider most appropriate in view not only of their goal, but also of their feeling of joy. When you do what you do love, you do it with joy in your heart. You are in love with it, as in this moment in which I rejoice in the opportunity I have now, writing these words to convey to you the joy of starting that project that you have perhaps closed in your heart for a long time, or to continue what you have already started with enthusiasm. Life and success are already waiting for you on some timeline, but rejoice right now with what brings you enthusiasm and fulfillment. Forget about what you feel deeply useless and give confidence to that deep part of you that speaks to you in terms of enthusiasm and joy. Have the courage to follow yourself. Chapter 47. Practice, practice, and still practice. The map is not the territory. What will make your wishes come true will not be the fact that you have read this book 100 times and will know it by heart. Nor will it be the fact that you have read 200 books on the subject of strength of thought, imagination, and the law of attraction. What will make you a conscious and powerful creator will be that you will have put into practice the lessons you have learned, both with reading and with the practice itself. Whenever you consciously address your intention and exercise your imagination toward specific purposes, you will see the world change around you according to your expectations. This will always give you more confidence and skill in your abilities. When you are completely full of reading, you will become hungry of creative results. You will want to savor concrete results, whether they are manifestations of synchronicity or visible and tangible results. On the other side of all, the greatest feeling and the magnificent, when you always feel a greater awareness of being yourself, the captain of your ship on the route of your life. You will come to the point where you will inspire others to follow the path of their mastery, and there is no greater mastery than creating and making circumstances, facts, and events happen in a conscious manner, both for one's own well-being and that of others. The birth of a new human being is upon us, a human being who knows he is an extension of the powerful and infinite creative power that permeates everything in the universe, and brother of every other living being. Whether creative power is called God, cosmic power, or whatever you want, it doesn't matter. What is important is to make one's life better, to evolve oneself on the path of psycho, physical, spiritual deployment, and to embrace others by recognizing them as a whole, part of oneself, bigger and infinite. All this is possible through small efforts directed towards the goal of becoming creator masters and enjoying the beauties of creation. Small successes in conscious creation train the muscles of consciousness towards a full and rich life. Practice is the basis of every success and every skill you want to achieve. Chapter 48. Towards the birth of the multidimensional human being. By putting into practice the powerful force of conscious intention and using your imagination appropriately, and not randomly, you will become part of a new evolutionary level of the human being. You will be part of the multidimensional human being that operates not only within the 3 dimensions of material reality, height, width, depth, but you will also use an extra dimension, that of time. Recognizing that future events are created by you in the present moment, through the power of a strong intention and through the power of focus, imagination, you will realize more and more how time is an illusion of the 3rd dimension. By accepting to be responsible for your life and the events that happen to you, making you increasingly aware of the causal link that exists between what you mean and images, as well as the beliefs that regulate your life on a subconscious level, you will acquire a higher awareness in evolutionary step, acquiring the important ability to create in an increasingly focused and precise manner. A path that, like all new skills, requires practice, but that over time will become more and more the baggage of your abilities. Chapter 49. The Phenomenon of the 100th Monkey. The Japanese monkey Macaca fuscata was observed in the wild for over 30 years. In 1952, on the island of Koshima, some scientists fed them sweet potato monkeys buried in the sand. Monkeys liked the taste of sweet potatoes, but they found the sand very unpleasant. One day, an 18-month-old female named Emo discovered that she was able to solve the problem by washing the potatoes in a nearby stream. She later taught this trick to her mother. His playmates also learned to wash potatoes and also taught their mothers. This cultural innovation was gradually accepted by the various monkeys as scientists kept them under observation. Between 1952 and 1958, all the young monkeys learned to wash sweet potatoes to make them more appetizing. Only the adults who imitated their children learned of this social improvement. The others continued to eat sand-stained potatoes. Then something really remarkable happened. We can say that in the autumn of 1958 there were a number of monkeys on the island of Koshima who had learned to wash potatoes. The exact number is not known. Suppose a given day when the sun rose on the horizon, there were 99 monkeys that had learned to wash their potatoes. Suppose also that that very morning the 100th monkey learned to wash potatoes. At that point, something very interesting happened. On the evening of that day, practically all the monkeys on the island had got into the habit of washing sweet potatoes before eating them. The added energy of this 100th monkey somehow opened an ideological gap. The most surprising thing observed by these scientists was the fact that the habit of washing sweet potatoes later the sea. In fact, entire colonies of monkeys on other islands, and even groups of monkeys on Takasakiyama, began to wash their sweet potatoes. It therefore seems that when a certain critical number of elements is reached, that reaches a new awareness, it is passed from one mind to another. Although the critical number may vary, the phenomenon of the 100 monkeys indicates that when there are few people who know something new, this new concept remains their exclusive property. But if an extra person is added to them, and the critical number is reached, an idea is created that is so powerful that it can enter into the awareness of almost all the members of that group. Chapter 50. Your contribution to the world. The 100th monkey to change the world could be you. The practice and the acquisition of the ability to manage your reality in a conscious way through powers that have always existed but are ignored in the human being, intention and imagination, will have a positive repercussion on the evolution of the whole planet. As reported by the 100th monkey experiment and quantum physics, quantum entanglement, we live in an interconnected level and energy world. What you think now in any part of the world causes a phenomenon of influence and interaction to people who also live thousands of meters away. The same applies to the creation of local events and on a global scale. Once you do the part of the 100th monkey, or become the 100th multidimensional human being who has learned to consciously manage his reality, this same ability will likely be acquired almost automatically by other human beings on the evolutionary scale. From that moment on, once a critical mass of new human beings has been reached, at least according to the quantum entanglement phenomenon of which the 100th monkey experiment is an example, a new race of human being will arise. Everyone has therefore not only a responsibility toward himself, but also a responsibility to the others, at least until others will not be finally recognized as part of the self and of one and infinite one, which has always been and always will be, in every place and in every time. Chapter 51. Remember to thank life. The mere fact that it was emerged in this existence gives you endless possibilities for growth, joy, and pleasure. Every day you get up is a new opportunity to write a new page in your life where you can experience the emotions that make you happy. In any condition you are in right now, there is a hidden part of yourself that can give you joy and satisfaction, your imaginative power, and the ability to direct your focus. The same imaginative focus, initially pure potentiality, lays the foundations of what you can experience in reality. What greater possibility to be free to live and experience what you want, first on a virtual, imaginative, and then a real level. So remember to thank the life that is within you and surround you, because even in just thanking, you will show your own amazement to life for this great opportunity that is your presence in this world. To you, therefore, the responsibilities and the opportunity to design your life plan and connected experiences. Open yourself to the realization of your highest potential and enjoy the beauties of the world. Expand your vision and expand the limits of your life. Become aware that you set the limits and create your possibilities. Light the dawn of your awareness by taking the destiny of your life in your hands. Chapter 52. Practice games of conscience to show your vision. Keep a wish journal. Perhaps you can't even imagine the positive impact that a travel journal can have, where you can write your impressions on your growth path as a powerful and conscious creator. If you will note the small nuances of your life as strange coincidences, small or large strokes of luck, you will begin to see the connection that exists between what you think, what you feel, and what is manifested in your life. All of this gives you power as you begin to see that beyond the pilot of life, there is a magical creator, and you realize that it is you. There is no greater power to become aware of having full power over one's life, and a diary on which to write down everything that can help you unravel this secret plot, making you more and more aware and powerful on the path of your evolution, of your growth. Rereading the connection of the casualties that appear in your life makes you increasingly understand that the author is yourself, with all that the world of thoughts, hopes, and emotions that represent your inner world. As you write and reread it, your diary of visions will increasingly become a point of reference for the fact that you are the director of your life. You will begin to understand what a mind distracted and anesthetized by the media would never be able to grasp. The diary puts you in touch with the deep part of yourself that wants and aspires to the maximum good for your life. The diary tells you about what your rational mind does not know and cannot understand, the symbolic language of signs, hidden codes, and messages of nature. Your diary of visions can be useful in finding your way in the ways of the world, that road that is unique to you and that will make your life more beautiful, joyful, and extraordinary, pulling you out of a world standardized by social conventions and consolidated habits, but which do not fit into your world. Start your diary with a profound declaration of intent. I want to become a powerful, intentional creator. I want this. I want that. Write with the innocence and purity of intents of a child who comes into the world as if he were at a party, not at a forced labor camp. Your declaration of intent should never be a desperate plea to the universe, as every plea represents in itself a lack of power, and the universe itself responds by taking away the very power that is contained in you. Ask the universe what you profoundly aspire to, as if your request was a kiss blown into the infinite. Be sure that what you ask responds to a profound need of your soul. Otherwise, when you receive what you have asked, you will realize that basically you did not need anything. Don't ask for gold taps when what you need is fresh water that you can find in a rock source. Don't be afraid to write something big on your diary of visions, because the force of the universe it created, worlds and civilization, makes no difference between what is great and what is small. Just be sure to look for your greatest good. Never violate the will of another being, aspiring and wishing its own highest good. Know that the universe has modalities and reasons that human reason does not know. Be ready to see your dream appear in places and ways you least expect. Never force the event. It has its times, and know that the more you force it, the more you distance yourself from it. Write in your diary only, and only when you feel the instinct to do it, and not as a task to be carried out. Every forcing suffocates the inspiration of your soul, and it is she who must write in your diary. Like any great work, it must be the fruit of the profound inspiration of the soul of those who produce it. In the same way, you must write your diary as if it were your work, the work of your life. Keeping a soul diary brings you closer to yourself, making you more and more aware of the miracle of your life. Let your heart talk and watch miracles happen in your life. Chapter 53. Write your vision. Affirming one's vision is a fundamental step on the way to its unfolding. Writing your own vision means clearly affirming what you really want to live in your reality. It means affirming one's intention and giving a precise request in the world of probable potentials. To affirm one's own vision means to write the score of one's life. Each vision and life goal starts from individual awareness when it is consciously and intentionally affirmed, and can therefore vary according to the evolution of individual awareness in the various stages of life. What was important at 15 is not the same to 30. What is important at the age of 30 may not be as important as 70. The important thing is that the vision is the fruit of the distillation of one's own soul, of one's desires on how to give value to one's own time and life, also in view of a service and benefit to beings and to the surrounding world. Write your own vision. It means starting to follow oneself, taking the first step in achieving one's maximum potential, and making life magical because it is lived in harmony with one's universal source. The following is an example of vision, but to be effective, you will have to write yours. You cannot succeed by playing a score that is not written by your soul. Look for your music and start playing it. Search for your uniqueness and the contributions you can make to yourself, to those close to you, and to the whole world. We are all connected by a biological internet. What you do to yourself is also done by everyone else. Chapter 54. Declare your intent. This is an example of a declaration of intent regarding one's vision. I, write your name, want to live a rich and happy life, full of beauty, discovery, and growth. I want to reach my maximum potential in this existence of mine and be able to help the maximum number of people to do the same. I want to do it with my personal example, showing to others that by following oneself, one achieves a life full of joy, love, and satisfaction. I want to have economic well-being, to savor and taste all the good and beautiful the world has to offer. I love financial security, and I know that I give others the best of themselves, you get the best from the world. I want to savor the world with a special partner next to me that supports me in what I do, and that represents me, the best I look for in the human female-male element. I want to be the greatest version of myself. I want to live long and healthy, keeping the flame of youth in me. I want to enjoy the constant contact with the source of life, to inspire and protect me constantly. I want to inspire others to do the same. I want to live to the fullest potential for my sake and that of the whole universe. So be it. Chapter 55. Focus the feeling of desire as if it were already part of your life. After the declaration of intent, you choose the individual scenes you want to live, living them and imagining them in the first person while you are experiencing them, and never in the third person, from the outside. In fact, reality crystallizes and materializes from the imagined point of view. If we imagine a house from the outside, we will always see it as spectators and never as owners, unless you imagine it with the feeling of being its owners. Chapter 56. Send your virtual ad to the universe. You may have happened to put an ad in a trading newspaper. You enter the ad, and after a while you receive calls from people potentially interested in the item you are selling. It sometimes happens that you do not receive calls for a week or more, and then one day you suddenly receive them 2, 3, or even more. The same thing happens in life. The circumstances are in continuous dynamic movement, and sometimes people interested in what we offer or try are distracted or busy in other situations. Here, changing these circumstances and combinations of life, sometimes we are looking for one or more people or events happen to us that we ask for with our request, or with our virtual announcement. It is useful to write a request on a sheet of paper or a file as it were an announcement in the Ask and Offer Journal of the universe. This is a way of asking that many people accept as normal precisely because it exists in a concrete way in our reality. For some, it may be difficult to ask the universe, but orienting one's intention to have, to be, or to do something as if it were a normal newspaper ad overcomes internal psychological resistance, resulting in the most effective request. Once you have inserted your ad, which can find a very good place in your diary of visions, if you keep one, and I invite you to do so, it will have to be entrusted to the cosmic delivery system without giving it too much attention. It is therefore not necessary to read it and reread it, because it is as if in doing so we were forcing the situation, and, as already repeated in several places, the effort removes the creation, while the letting go satisfies the requirement of trusting the process. Every request reverberates in the universe in a whirlwind of dreams and hopes. Entrusting your virtual ad to the invisible allows you to put your request on the waiting list, waiting for sooner or later to create the combination of events that satisfies what was asked for. A fundamental requirement to receive is to rely on the advertising and delivery system without doubting. It would never occur to us to call the newspaper that publishes our announcement, saying if everything went well. If a similar system of material announcements works, a request system based on the metaphysical principles and laws, such as the law of attraction or resonance, to which every request made with the trust and innocence of a child who never doubts how much he will receive. Chapter 57. Create and live your virtual reality with the imaginative focus. The possibility entrusted to human beings to imagine infinite potentials allows not only to create the conditions for those probabilities of the future to occur, but also allows one to see oneself and feel oneself in those future situations, thus increasing the chances of their occurrence. In this way, it is possible to create the vibrational conditions so that the law of attraction transports us to those lines of desired reality and to taste a preview of our life. Start now to imagine your future, your best future, the best you can imagine for you. Creating the film of your life is not just a game of illusion that you can do whenever you wish, but a real moment of intentional creation. We create only what we are able to imagine, or to which we constantly pay attention. So make sure you choose your scenes well, and the relative emotions you want to convey in your probable future. Always live it yourself as if you were the protagonist yourself, and not as a spectator watching a movie sitting in the cinema. If you imagine dancing with your woman or your man, do it while you look into his eyes. If you imagine your new beautiful house, live in it. Imagine yourself in front of the warmth of his fireplace, or look out to see the wonderful view that you can enjoy from its large windows. Life is a game of visions and emotions. It's up to us to experience them in every fiber of our being and to see them appear slowly in our reality as if it were an extraordinary magic. Make sure you broaden your vision of life about what you think is possible, or not for yourself and for your life. If you don't believe that something beautiful, magical, and extraordinary can happen to you, you won't be ready to catch it when you see it pass by. Fear, doubt, and "it's too much for me" will assail you, when instead it would have been enough to extend a hand as if it were the innocent hand of a child. You will only catch what you have believed as possible, and that you will be ready to seize. Each of us creates its limits and its potential. It is up to everyone to imagine, believe, and let them happen without being governed by desire itself. Believe in the infinite potential of life. Every door you close can conceal another, even more majestic and suitable for you. Raise your gaze to the possibilities of life and believe it. Remember that the times of the event often do not follow your agenda, but their time, which sometimes results in perfect empathy in your life. As long as you truly believe, there will always be an opportunity to wait for you. Don't believe just by trusting my words, but start living your life as a magic by starting to follow the dreams of your soul, small and large. Leave aside the superfluous and live only the images of your imaginative reality that gives you joy and positive emotions, because they will be the ones that you will live in your material reality. Chapter 58. The Bank of Memories. Each of us has certainly within the self an archive of memories and memories formed by emotions carved into one's own conscience. To voluntarily access this real bank of memories, allows us to access this great vibrational archive of emotions that have been part of our experience. Immersing oneself in that hot bath of emotions allows us not only to recall and relive them, but also to project the light of our emotions into our probable future. The benefit of remembering good memories is not only in the present moment, that is, to savor moments lived, but also to ensure that the emotions relived with the act of remembering reverberate in our possible future through a vibrational attraction. There are many games of consciousness, many ways to use it consciously and consciously so as to positively shape our lives. If it is true, and it is true, that our reality is the result of the projection of our consciousness, formed by thoughts, emotions, expectations, and beliefs, accessing our bank of memories allows us to voluntarily move our point of attraction towards the life we want to live, towards the experiences we want to enjoy in the real world. Imagining a memory and experiencing its emotions is not an end in itself, but a powerful creative act. In the case in which a certain experience has never been experienced, and therefore is not yet in its own emotional archive of its own bank of memories, it will still be possible to work and play with one's consciousness through the exercise of focus imaginative on something that we feel we can live and to access in our three-dimensional reality. To hook those emotions that we have not yet experienced in the first person, we can proceed to watch films, videos, and images that show those people and those situations that contain the essence of what we want to live. Today, it is relatively easy, with the ease of access to multimedia content and huge banks like you on the Internet. Just type a keyword on the search engines and log in, after an appropriate research, to contents that give us a feeling of what we want to live and to be moved by. It will therefore be appropriate to break away from the standard contents, junk programs, violent and uneducational films, that unconsciously flood our eyes and our conscience on a daily basis, and make sure that only the scenes and virtual realities that project us are projected onto our soul's screen. Porta no emotions we want to live. With repetition, those scenes will become part of our emotional experience, and, little by little, we will see in our lives, by vibrational attraction, precisely those conditions that we would like to grasp and live in a real way. At that point, it will be up to us to know how to take them with the inspired action described in this book. The bank of memories and the vision of contents that make us emotionally alive and make us grow as consciences are only a premise to the intentional creation of our reality. They don't have to be ends in themselves. Otherwise, we will live in a dream or in one virtual reality of which we will be at the same time kings and prisoners. It is also necessary to work on one's own concrete and everyday reality by accepting the commitments and concrete work that may be required to be carried out. It is necessary to seize the moment of the precious occasion that sooner or later will arise, and, in other cases, it will be necessary to build one's dream daily, always with the passion in their heart and the mind to the result obtained, even if at the moment only at the level of imagination. This type of work elevates an individual from an automatic and unconscious level of life to a higher level of life and awareness, which imply responsibility and the precious personal opportunity to manage that enormous potential contained in our conscience and in the ability to manage it and to expand it in a conscious way. Chapter 59. Free your breath to free the spirit. There is enormous power in the breath. This power is almost unknown. Freeing the breath through specific sessions of breathing allows not only to access altered states of consciousness, but to dissolve emotional blocks that do not allow the individual to flow freely in the flow of life and to make contact with his true essence. Breathing intensely and intentionally for at least 30 or 40 minutes allows the body to recharge itself with vital energy, which will then give the strength to the body itself to purify itself of all those physical and emotional toxins that often pollute the purity of the body and the clarity of the spirit. Breathing specifically leads to the rebalancing of the acid-base balance through the expulsion, in the breath itself, of the accumulated acids. During breath training, the body is subjected to a whole series of reactions that are the proof that you are successfully intervening towards the contact, acceptance, and dissolution of somatized emotional stratifications in the body through unresolved negative ailments and emotions. The power of the breath acts layer by layer, cleaning up the being of everything that separates it from its original clarity of a peaceful being and in harmony with itself and with the world. Breathing, carried out in a specific way, is an extraordinary instrument of personal growth and evolution of one's consciousness. It allows the individual to find himself, once cleared of the emotional barriers that separate him from his deepest essence. Breathing is a fundamental tool for finding one's own vision. It constitutes one of the ways of accessing one's soul. Breathing free allows the spirit to hover over the peaks of its acceptance, liberation, and realization. The purpose of a breathing session must be to bring the body to lower its guard, to allow the mind to plunge into that state where its inner truth has free access. This state of psychophysical bliss is called psycho-integration body. Reached that moment of profound abandonment of all resistance to the control of somatized emotions in the body and held back in the spirit, you will feel a real moment of ecstasy and liberation. It's like getting rid of a burden that has been carried on your shoulders for years, but which we had forgotten, having become our own emotional baggage. Chapter 60. The Technique. A breathing session should last from a minimum of 30 minutes to over an hour. It should preferably be performed with the assistance of another person who allows not only to maintain the respiratory rhythm, if you are falling asleep, but also to assist the person during the onset of some symptoms accompanying the integration phase: muscular tetany, release of emotional tensions, crying, evocation, and release from experienced traumatic events. When these symptoms occur, the assistant will help the person maintain the intensity and breathing rhythm in order to attenuate and release those tensions. It will be necessary to breathe as if the breath flowed through the zones of tension, resistance, or discomfort. Breathing during respiratory training sessions must be characterized by the absence of pauses between inhalation and exhalation, filling the lungs as much as possible from the lower part, abdominal breathing, to the lung apex, thoracic breathing. The phenomenon of psychobodily integration can take place in at least 8 or 10 sessions, only after the physical and emotional body has been cleaned of the emotional layers from which it was covered and oppressed. The proof that a good job will be done will be the fact that we will feel more connected with ourselves, with others, and with life. An increase in the phenomena of synchronicity will be possible, proving that a way of being in harmony with the whole has been achieved. Questions and answers on the power of conscious manifestation. What is the energy that fulfills my wishes? Energy focused on your desire already realized and experienced in the first person. The universal energy that creates the worlds is the same energy that you use to create your world as a reflection of your life circumstances. How do I demonstrate? Think of what you want as already realized, giving off the emotions you would feel enjoying it, touching it, seeing it, and hearing it. Then act inspired, doing what you feel inside you as right or what to do. Do it naturally and effortlessly. Simply ask and it will be given to you, in the times and ways that the universe will decide. Never force creation, but let it go. How long does it take for my desire to manifest? The law of attraction acts in the no time, that is, in the fourth dimension where yesterday, now, and tomorrow they are contemporaries. Every desire will have its completion if the focus has behind it a strong enough intention, and at the same time it will not give too much importance to the desire itself. The creative power exists and acts in the present moment. It is the thought that we have now that projects the mold of the thought form that will shape our tomorrow. To speed up the creation of the event, it is necessary to imagine it as already true in the present moment, and with a serene and confident spirit that is already approaching our lifeline and experience. Forcing creation leads to the removal of the result itself, reducing its importance. On the contrary, it allows it to slip into our reality. How can I become a powerful and aware creator? You already are, but you are not aware of it because you do not pay enough attention to what you unconsciously desire, and you do not see the subtle connections of apparent casualty between your thoughts and what you live in your reality. Becoming a conscious creator implies first and foremost the assumption of responsibility for one's life in terms of thoughts, actions, and, therefore, results. Secondly, it requires developing attention on the subtle sensations that often indicate a path and the casual link that often links thoughts and emotions with events, sometimes distant in time. Finally, what is needed to become masters in the intentional creation is the intention itself behind the desire as the triggering force of events. Is it legitimate to have the intention to manipulate our reality? Every being has the right to choose his own path, an expression of his own free will and the sovereignty of his being, like any other creature. The desire to direct one's life towards experiences of joy, pleasure, and growth are part of a being that aspires to evolution as its ultimate goal. Even not wanting and making choices is a choice in itself and must be respected. The fundamental rule is to fully respect the freedom of choice of others and free will. Everyone has the right to choose and must be considered sacred. How do I know I'm progressing on the path of intentional creation? You will notice when, as you direct your intention, together with your imagination, you will see signs and manifestations of the thing you are looking for, up to its complete fulfillment in your reality of life. Another clue is the feeling of joy and personal power deriving from the fact of realizing that it is potentially possible to make one's life a set of gratifying experiences, and that we are not little twigs at the mercy of a capricious case, but that one day we will be masters of our life, as free to choose what you want and skilled in its manifestation, always and in any case in full respect of the free will of others and of the whole creation. How can I thank the universe, God, the force, or whatever we want to call it, for this immense gift that has granted me as a human being, or to be free to intentionally choose the life experiences I most desire? Simply putting into practice what you have learned. Becoming masters in intentional creation implies an evolutionary leap of the human being who becomes an unconscious creator into a creator aware of his own existence. The universe expands and evolves hand in hand with our choice. How do I know what I want? You mean to want to know. Send your intention to the universe to find out what the purpose of your soul is and what is the best way to go in terms of your growth and your well-being. Also ask to know how you can contribute to the good of the whole. Even if already following yourself and your true vision of life, you will make a huge contribution to your surrounding world, which will reverberate far beyond. By following yourself, you will become a fulfilled and joyful person, and this alone will make a huge contribution to those around you. Besides, you will inspire others to follow themselves and find their best formula for their personal success. What is the greatest contribution I can make to my community? Realize yourself as a person, pursuing what you are brought by nature. The result will be a person rich in joy and vitality that puts the art in what it does. There will no longer be people who are tired and bored. The wheel of life will turn for everyone in an easier and more harmonious way. In a society of realized beings, everyone gives his maximum contribution not only to himself, but to the whole community and beyond. What can I do to help those around me and fight against life instead of favoring it by slipping into its opportunities? What you can do is to show your life example. You can suggest him to learn to manage his reality, but without forcing his life choices in any way. Everyone is free to choose the way they think about living and making their choices. When a person is ready for something, he stretches out his hand and spontaneously asks those who feel he can ask. There is no forcing in evolution. Every plant, seed, or tree has their time to unfold themselves and their potential. So the human being. We must never judge anyone based on their own reasons. Everyone has his own reason that creates the reality of his life. What is the question that everyone's soul asks of itself? Know yourself, listen to yourself, and follow yourself. This book aims to be a guide to achieving these three imperatives of the soul of each one. Dear reader, I hope with this book that I have contributed in some way to making you understand the enormous power you have in your hands, the power to change your life as you see fit. I want you to understand how you, in whatever situation you currently find yourself, possess the power of choice and change for the better any situation. Life is a process of growing and becoming masters in the use of intention and imagination allows us to become part of a true revolution of the human being, from human being creature to human being creator. Using the subconscious in your favor allows you to grow and evolve as individuals, in addition to manifesting beautiful and important things in your life. Every human being has the right to live according to his standards, always in full respect of the free choice of others. Thank you for being with me on this short journey to discover yourself. I warmly wish you all good. David. Summary. If nobody leads you, open the way for you. Each journey starts from oneself and from the acceptance of having a fundamental role in choosing one's own path and in accepting one's own power of choice and action. Those who blame others for their failure deny their power of choice in determining their actions. If an error is made with the heart, or following oneself, it is only an opportunity to reconsider one's way of acting, Sometimes it takes very little to find the right combination if one makes the most of one's mistakes. Life and success, both material and spiritual, belong to those who take them with confidence. Ask and it will be given to you, but always ask with your heart so that the moment you receive it, your spirit will be filled with joy for having received exactly what you really needed to satiate your essence. If you've never tried, or is it a long time, it is proved that powerful and irresistible feeling of accomplishment and inner peace, then it means that you moved away from your inner vision, that of what enriches your soul and tickles your physical senses. Living their vision means to be alive 100%. It means riding your life and know that you are going somewhere, and that is not at the mercy of external events that we toss and turn, and they're like a boat drifting in the middle of a storm. Everyone has his own way, his own vision, his own joy waiting to be followed and lived. All you really need is to trust what you have inside and give credit to your feelings of joy, wonder, and fulfillment. Maybe it's time to stop and get off the carousel of life and ask yourself, but is this the carousel I want to ride on? How can you love others if you don't love yourself first? A subject that should be taught in elementary school is listening to yourself, your heart, your deep expectations, and your deep desires. A happy and fulfilled being is more inclined to create a work of art in any work or profession when passion and creative joy are the foundation. Following the less common way often leads to finding one's self and one's own special way of success, even to great discoveries or achievements that accredited industry professionals have failed to provide. There is a great treasure within you, and only you are given the task and the great opportunity to bring it to light. One often looks at everything except what lies within oneself. Where one's attention and contemplation go, there goes one's creative energy. Literally, we create whenever we fix our thoughts on some subject, object, image, producing and consequently generating a feeling connected to that particular object or mental image. The only great truth is that in which you believe deeply. When you do what you love to do in every moment of your life, a current of joy, evolution, and power passes through you, bringing you forward to the true place that belongs to you in the world. Everyone has to sing and play the song of their heart. Otherwise, you risk not only being out of tune, but also boring the audience. Focused and finalized thinking thus becomes powerful when it is supported by an energy base. Not all desires have a heart and by heart. I mean that mysterious force that moves the stars, that mysterious thing that often manages to work miracles. What the soul wants is a way of fulfillment, but also of fulfillment. Whatever you have in your heart, go and do it. The creative power is with you. It is necessary to strengthen one's inner vision, emerging from the social myopia that distances the individual from himself, making one equal to all and depriving him of the message that everyone becomes a carrier in his life. So how do you become powerful and aware creators? You become powerful creators and become conscious creators of their vision and bringing to light themselves, reconnecting with the needs of his soul. The mind and thoughts project their creative power through the power of the body, which is vital and creative energy. We are not only our body, but also all that universe that flows inside it in terms of emotions, desires, hopes, affections, love, and an affinity of other nuances that make each of us a unique creature. When you see death, you are given the opportunity to reflect even more on life and on the importance of preserving the light of life that accompanies us on our journey. It is not enough to keep the body alive, in the common and incorrect sense of the term, as absence of disease, but it is necessary to allow it to make its essence shine through emotions, love, and creativity. Life is not dragging each day to another day, but to make every day a rebirth towards a new evolutionary horizon of growth and joy. To allow the authentic vision of ourselves to come and go, we need to have within ourselves that degree of vitality that pulls us out of a tired, depressed, and repetitive life towards a life of growth, joy, and fulfillment. An acidified body is a body heavily taxed at the level of oxygen and, therefore, of precious vitality. Imagine knowing before knowing. Today's society conditions the human being to rely only on external, visible, and touchable inputs, moving him away from the miracle of ultra-sophisticated guidance systems that even transcend time and space, being time and space only functions of material life and not of the multidimensional one. Our emotions are the signal we need to pay attention to when we see the images of current reality slide in front of us or imagine the potential futures ahead. Our inner knowing goes far beyond the boundaries of the five senses. Emotions are the signals that our soul, connected with non-physical limits, sends us to give us a more exact and appropriate direction to its higher and more precise point of view. To fully utilize our emotional guidance system, we must pay attention to the feeling that a given thought and a given circumstance gives us. Behind a wall, perhaps a path can be hidden in a beautiful landscape. Too many artists die doing things for which they were not born. Too many men and women live in the shadow of a life that does not follow that of their maximum potential. Your life is not the one that society imposes on you, but the one you choose day after day, following yourself. The first real success is to follow yourself. All the rest will be given to you as a result, if you really want it and with the right intention. Have the courage to follow your vision. Life is first of all a blurred dream that then, consciously or unconsciously, is brought to life in the manifest reality. Intention is an active and never passive process of inclusion and never exclusion. With our intention, we light up and illuminate those areas of pure potentiality of life combinations, recalling them in our individual and subjective experience of life. The intention is our redemption. Through it, we have the precious and luxurious faculty of choosing our life experiences and seeing them manifest in the family of creative deployment. The intention is like a muscle of conscience. It must be applied to develop it and ensure that it always responds more promptly and precisely to its requests. Imagination is an extraordinary creative tool given to human beings to create their own reality. The future is like a series of fuzzy images that gradually come into focus through reality, through the lens of the imagination. A single mental image or form of thought already represents a form of manifestation even if not visible and concrete. The mental image is like a seed that, in a woman's womb, grows and develops day by day until the birth of the creature that represents its manifestation in the real world. The one who creates in an unconscious manner often does so in a zigzag, proceeding gropingly and often being hindered by a poorly directed focus, for example, on one's own fears, on one's own doubts, and on what one does not want. On the contrary, those who consciously create and follow certain rules of consciousness do so directly and by the shortest way. The ability to manifest, which resides in each individual, faithfully creates what we project on the screen of the imagination. It is necessary to live inside the image, touching, caressing, listening, and seeing with the eyes of the protagonist of the scene. Otherwise, the imagined scene will materialize, but we will be out of it as if we were passers-by on the road. The real magic is that of being able to consciously manipulate our reality for the individual and collective good. A request without heart, or rather without an emotional force behind it, has very little creative capacity. If our desire was to receive something, it will be necessary in some cases to reach out and take it if an opportunity arises brought to us by synchronicity. Sometimes the manifestation happens when you stop swimming against the current and stop insistently knocking the door of desire. Stubbornly proving is the opposite of allowing. Ask, and it will be given to you, serenely and effortlessly. All that is needed is to know what one wants deeply, to live it with the imaginative focus, and to make it come to us by allowing it with resonance and attraction through abandoning all desire for results. A thought that does not arouse emotions has almost no strength to create the equivalent in reality. Once we have imagined the end achieved through a focused imaginative focus, we need to literally leave the grip on the process, defocus imaginativo, as we do by leaving the strength of an arc after having stretched it and taken aim. The rest will be an automatic process. It is precisely the release phase, or rather the abandonment of the grip on the final result, which allows the result itself to happen. Those who are too focused on objectives often make the center wrong due to an excess of active focus, wanting to consciously and excessively control the achievement of the result. Sometimes it is enough to give up the desperate grip of control, the greed of the result, and we see synchronic messages appear in our reality that shows us a taste of what we want. Intention, abandonment, focus, defocus, tension, release. I want, allow it to happen with serenity and confidence in the process. The creative process is a simple process, but it needs all the right ingredients and its cooking times. Being too attached to the result, thus giving too much importance to the situation or thing we want to achieve, hinders the power of focus and dampens the power of intention. Avoid excessive focus on the importance of reaching or results with a serene expectation that things will comply in their time and according to your intentions. Modulating the intensity of the desire with the imaginative defocus phase and serene expectation is fundamental in order not to hinder its manifestation in reality due to an excessive attachment to the result. The strenuous attachment to make it happen, to focus with the chronometer in hand and with tight teeth, leads away from desire itself. It is necessary to trust that something in the universe is moving in our favor. The more you crave for something, the more it moves away from you, in that you give too much importance to the result and possibly create excessive effort, which does not allow you to slip into the potential variant of reality you aspire to. Taste the result achieved in your imagination, detaching yourself from the result. Don't imagine with the precise intention of creating, but to live and enjoy that experience. Approach with a playful spirit, serene and without second purposes to the experience. Every effort is the enemy of intentional creation. Ask the imagination, focus, and attract with the abandonment of the results and with a serene expectancy, defocus. The creative act, to be effective, must take place without effort, like drinking a glass of fresh water. You asked, and you know that sooner or later you will get it. Point. Acting inspired means taking the material step in a situation already prepared in a quantum background through our thoughts and our emotions. The situations and combinations of models of reality in life are almost endless. It is up to us to choose them with the intention, to live them in the imagination, and to go to meet them if the case requires it. The right inspiration comes from the contact with one's soul, and not with the contact of one's mind. It is not enough to visualize and imagine. Sometimes it is necessary to knock and act to make our dream manifest. You have to cultivate your time and your mental quantum range so that the chances of life bring you to attraction what you want, but often you have to get up to take it. Every great artist, entrepreneur, freelancer, and innovator has based his success on the passion in what he was doing. Only a great passion in their goals and in their dreams can lead to levels of being and having uncommon. Technology helps, if it helps us think, if it allows us to become actors and artists of our own life and not spectators. Abundance exists everywhere. It is enough to know how to pay attention to them. Knowing what the soul wants and taking the path is already a success in itself. If a road has a heart, it is necessary to persevere, even after any pauses in reflection that are periodically appropriate. One of the most precious resources in our reality is time. There is enormous value and enormous potential over time and how it is used. A being on the path of one's own conscious evolution that wishes to develop one's talents and materialize one's vision makes good use of its time. Imagine your potential. Just imagine it now. Start giving value to your time. Time will return you value. There is no favorable harvest for those who are not willing to enrich the mental field of their conscience day after day. Life is like a novel, which you rewrite in every moment, with every breath and every sigh, with your every thought and your every action. Luck exists, but it helps the bold. Success rewards the focus and perseverance of the one who has his work in mind and, day after day, brings it to light with small and clever chisel strokes. The joint projects are a success for all, when all the participants work with a common vision and their hearts beat towards a single goal. In the world there is room for every project, but everyone has his own, which he must seek as if it were the golden vein of his realization, his satisfaction, and his triumph. We are all born with talents. It is up to everyone to discover theirs, starting to listen to themselves, and to follow their own road to success with confidence. Your tomorrow depends on your formidable, precious, and glorious hour. Believe in your dream, at least as potential as possible. Believe it and feel worthy of everything that makes you happy just by imagining it. Your dominant feelings will vibrate in the ether, bringing you back to attraction and resonance for what you are looking for with your heart. Following with your own vital rhythms allows you to flow with the world and tune into the highest part of yourself. When you begin to respect yourself, you will vibrate in your world in a more harmonious way because it is more suited to your nature. The world will reflect this inner harmony by giving you what you were looking for in vain and mechanically. The road, and the turns, show itself to those who walk their way with confidence. Even the most ingenious projects begin with an initiative, a simple step. Fear paralyzes. Boldness and courage reward in any case, sooner or later. A life of discovery, growth, evolution, and joy requires that the individual decides to get involved with courage and confidence in life. We must find the courage to enter the field and play our game. Luck helps the audacity that starts from a strong desire and that comes from a profound need of the soul. Life and success are already waiting for you on some timeline, but rejoice right now with what brings you enthusiasm and fulfillment. Ask the universe what you profoundly aspire to, as if your request was a kiss blown into the infinite. There is no favorable harvest for those who are not willing to enrich the mental field of their conscience day after day. Knowing that the universe has modalities and reasons that human reason does not know, be ready to see your dream appear in the places and ways you least expect. Never force the event. It has its times, and know that the more you force it, the more you distance yourself from it. We are all connected by a biological internet. What you do to yourself is also done by everyone else. The power of breath acts layer by layer, cleaning up the being of all that separates it from its original clarity of a serene and harmonious being with itself and with the world. Breathing is a fundamental tool for finding one's own vision. It constitutes one of the ways of accessing one's soul. Open yourself to the realization of your highest potential and enjoy the beauties of the world. Every desire will have its completion if the focus will have behind a strong enough intention, and at the same time it will not give too much importance to the desire itself. The creative power exists in the present moment. It is the thought that we have now that projects the mold of the thought form that will shape our tomorrow. Life is a game of visions and emotions. It's up to us to experience them in every fiber of our being and to see them appear slowly in our reality as if it were an extraordinary magic. You will only catch what you have believed as possible and that you will be ready to seize. Let your heart talk and watch miracles happen in your life. As long as you truly believe, there will always be an opportunity to wait for you.